Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the third ESCAP Disaster Resilience Week. Let me thank each one of you for your interest and for taking the time to participate in this series of events. Driven by the multiple crises that we are facing in the region and indeed globally, the theme of this year's Resilience Week is on building back better after COVID-19 by addressing cascading risks and systemic gaps for resilient people and economies. In this opening session, we are very pleased to have the opportunity to launch the new Risk and Resilience Portal. This portal is jointly developed by ESCAP and UNITAR under the Asia Pacific Disaster Resilience Network. It has been designed to support evidence-based and risk-informed policy making for both natural and biological hazards. I would now like to invite Mr. Nikhil Seth, the UN Assistant Secretary General and Executive Director for UNITAR, to deliver opening remarks ahead of the launch. Mr. Nikhil Seth, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, it is my pleasure to be here with you all for the opening session of the third Disaster Resilience Week led by UN ESCAP. We are happy to be invited to this event and delighted to mark our long-standing partnership with UN ESCAP to support member countries in addressing the impacts of increasing disasters and climate risks. It is also a very timely event with the recent launch of the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, report, which highlights the need to act now. The report is a code red for humanity, as the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, has said. Faced with the converging crisis of COVID-19 with natural hazards, we need to join forces and look for effective solutions for an inclusive and human-centric response. The crisis has explicitly revealed the intersections of the biological hazards with disasters and climate-related events. In this light, the capacity for managing disasters and public health emergencies simultaneously, together with the necessary knowledge to make informed policy decisions, will be key to successful recovery from the pandemic and preparing better for future crises. Towards this, it is a great pleasure to see the ongoing partnership established between ESCAP and UNITAR in supporting countries to understand this new risks landscape. Excellencies, colleagues, and distinguished guests. The United Nations Satellite Center, UNOSAT, part of UNITAR, has been working together with ESCAP for 10 years in the area of satellite applications, disaster risk management, and capacity development. Under this partnership, we have provided emergency rapid mapping support to 123 events, including floods and earthquakes in the Asia-Pacific region in close collaboration with UN ESCAP. In these years, our activation numbers have increased sevenfold. With the generous support from ESCAP, UNOSAT established its regional liaison office in Bangkok to extend capacity development and analytical support to ESCAP member states. Benefiting from this partnership, UNOSAT has helped member states include space technologies in their ministries. For example, in Fiji, Vanuatu, and the Solomon Islands, a UNOSAT-led common sensing project funded by the UK Space Agency uses space technologies for disaster resilience, improving access to climate funds, and enhanced decision-making among key ministries. Through the partnership, in 2020, UNOSAT's rapid mapping services first introduced artificial intelligence-based methods during the monsoon season in the Asia-Pacific region. It was in that context in July 2020 that the AI algorithm became operational for the first time after heavy monsoon rains in Bangladesh and flash floods of 2021 for Nepal. With our new joint effort, The Risk and Resilience Portal under the Asia-Pacific Disaster Resilience Network, the UN Satellite Center, is now expanding the collaboration from response to policy, developing complementary products that support long-term solutions to multiple challenges. This portal can be used by multiple stakeholders to assess and prioritize risk-informed planning. It became possible to set it up using frontier technologies such as spatial data, satellite imagery, modeling, and GIS-based applications by leveraging free and open source data. In today's season, we will see the launch of the portal. The convening natural and biological disasters that we are witnessing impact communities and make achieving the Sustainable Development Goals more challenging. It is very important that we continue to work collaboratively and to look for new approaches to address disaster, climate, health nexus, to strengthen resilience against complex and cascading disaster risks and protect at-risk communities. Allow me to highlight that this year is the celebration of UNOSAT's 20th anniversary, and it is marked by the adoption of a historic resolution for the Institute. In June this year, the United Nations Economic and Social Council approved resolution that recognizes UNOSAT as the United Nations Satellite Center. UNITAR looks forward to working with member states on the implementation of this resolution. I would like to express the Institute's gratitude to the member states for their continuing support. As we individually and collectively build a better world after the pandemic, the joint work of ESCAP and UNITAR will support member countries to build long-term disaster and climate resilience in the Asia-Pacific region and support countries on their journey to address the disaster climate health nexus. In ending, allow me to wish ESCAP success in the deliberations during the Disaster Resilience Week, and we welcome the outcomes of the 7th Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction. We hope that together we could open new paths to ensure we address the cascading risks emerging from this nexus in a best possible way, joining forces and finding effective policy solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seth, for your remarks. I would now like to invite Mr. Kaveh Zahedi, the Deputy Executive Secretary for Sustainable Development of ESCAP, to deliver opening remarks. You have the floor, Mr. Zahedi.
Thank you so much, Tiziana, and Excellencies, distinguished participants, dear colleagues. Of course, ESCAP is absolutely delighted to be hosting once again this gathering of leaders and experts in disaster risk reduction in Asia and the Pacific. And we are additionally grateful that you have taken the time to join us in this now all too familiar virtual setting. Over the next few days, we have the opportunity to discuss disaster management, early warning, and public health resilience in our region. Maybe our remit is broader than in years gone by, because with the pandemic has come the realization that the issues of climate change, disasters, and pandemics are hard to separate and, in many instances, need common approaches and solutions. The impacts of COVID-19 pandemic and the convergence of multiple natural and biological hazards, along with climate change, have reshaped and expanded the Asia-Pacific riskscape. At the 77th ESCAP Commission session, member states requested ESCAP to promote discussions on the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework, taking note of the Bangkok principles and other relevant regional and sub-regional frameworks and initiatives, a recognition of this expanding riskscape. And really, it is hard to imagine a time when the urgency of our work was clearer. The recent months have seen unprecedented climate events. The floods in China's Henan province were the worst in the last 1,000 years. Cyclone Tauktae that struck India's west coast was the deadliest cyclone in the Arabian Sea in the past decade, In late July, torrential rain in parts of India, Philippines, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh caused mass evacuations in the middle of the pandemic. And in early August, Turkey experienced more than 120 wildfires that raged across its southern region, quickly followed by devastating floods. Iran is facing and experiencing severe drought, while record high temperatures are likely to trigger the same kind of drought conditions in parts of Central Asia. The impacts of climate change are being played out in real time before our eyes. At the same time, the world's scientists also recently issued another stark reminder of the changing climate and its impacts, more devastating with each fraction of a degree of change. So stark was the latest IPCC report that the UN Secretary General called it a code red for humanity, as Nikhil just mentioned in his opening. All of this has come during a calamitous year. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the multiple cascading challenges faced by people, threatening the livelihoods and lives of millions. Integrating risks from biological hazards into multi-hazard risk assessments and responses is absolutely essential if we are to protect hard-won development gains and prevent millions from slipping back into poverty. At ESCAP, we have long advocated for shifting disaster risk reduction from a single hazard, single sector perspective to a multi-hazard, multi-sectoral and systemic perspective. To support such a paradigm shift, the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction established the Asia-Pacific Disaster Resilience Network, APDRN. This network mobilizes expertise and resources of existing networks and partnerships across hazards, across sectors and perspectives to develop practical solutions and build resilience across the Asia-Pacific region. Through the APDRN, ESCAP can support countries to address and integrate disaster, climate and health risks in a more coherent and probably a more systematic way. I'm delighted to present one example of the support under the APDRN, which is the Risk and Resilience Portal, developed jointly with UNITAR and the UN Satellite Center, formerly known as UNOSAT. The portal, being launched today, serves as a one-stop shop to support risk-informed policymaking, enabling member countries to identify hotspots of multiple hazards and risks, to understand how climate change is expanding and intensifying these risks, to calculate losses under various hazards and climate change scenarios, to estimate the country-specific cost of adaptation for planning and development purposes, and last but not least, to help highlight potential priorities for adaptation and adapting through national and sub-regional benefit cost ratios. I really do express our appreciation to ASG Nicholset for the productive partnership that we have had on this initiative, as well as many others since the UNOSAT office was co-located in ESCAP. We will have further opportunities this week to discuss pathways for building systemic resilience in celebration of the program's 20 years of operations and a decade of collaboration with us at ESCAP. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the Disaster Resilience Week is part of ESCAP's drive to revitalize and forge new partnerships for building a resilient Asia-Pacific region. Discussions this week will focus on four main pathways. Firstly, improving policy coherence across sectors. Secondly, advancing integrated multi-hazard early warning systems. Thirdly, promoting climate adaptation and resilience. And finally, investing in disaster and climate resilient infrastructure for better health preparedness. I hope that one legacy of our meeting here will be a significant scaling up of various partnerships between ESCAP and your institutions, so that each country in our region can build greater resilience to the impacts resulting from the interrelated disaster, climate, health challenges. In turn, we will ensure that the insights gained from these discussions, from your insights, will shape our work moving forward, including through the Intergovernmental Committee that we will be hosting later this week. Allow me to finish by thanking all the ESCAP team that has worked so very hard to bring this week of events together and really to help us keep disaster resilience high on our region's agenda. Thank you very much, and Tiziana, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sahedi, for your remarks. We would now like to launch the Risk and Resilience portal, and we will start off with a short video that highlights the key features and the usage of the portal. And then I would like to invite my colleague, Mr. Sanjay Srivastava, the Chief of the Disaster Risk Reduction section, to moderate the panel discussion that follows the video. Thank you.
The Risk and Resilience Portal is an initiative of the Asia-Pacific Disaster Resilience Network, bringing together risk analytics and policy analysis under one platform for disaster and climate resilience in Asia and the Pacific. The convergence of natural and biological hazards with climate change is expanding the region's riskscape. The Disaster Resilience Portal addresses this new disaster climate health nexus. The Disaster Resilience Network answers 4 key questions. First, where are the risk hotspots of the disaster health climate nexus? To prepare for the future, the portal has for the first time ever combined current cascading risk hotspot data with climate change risk intensification, estimating a moderate and worst-case scenario. Users can customize their experience through interactive maps, tables, and charts. Second, what are the current and future economic losses? Navigate through the portal and understand the total losses faced by your country. Which hazard is causing your country the greatest losses? And how these losses will continue to expand with climate change. And lastly, how much and on which priorities does the region and its countries need to spend to adapt to the emerging riskscape? The portal provides policymakers the information needed to make strong decisions on how much to invest and in which adaptation priorities to mitigate the risks faced by your country. Whether you want to compare your country's costs and priorities to other countries in the sub-region or view your country's detailed country report, the portal provides all the data in one place. The portal goes a step further by providing users of 5 Asia and Pacific countries a comprehensive decision support system. Through this tool, policymakers can navigate through their country's disaster risk story, obtain information on subnational disaster risk hotspots, and understand how the risks faced by your country intersects with regional and district-level vulnerabilities. The portal takes the Asia-Pacific region one step closer towards mitigating disaster risks and achieving both the Sustainable Development Goals and the priorities of the Sendai Framework. Multi-sectoral risk-informed decision-making is at your fingertips.
On YouTube link. Time permitting, the question will be answered during the open discussion session at the end or offline as well. We will begin the panel with a brief presentation on the portal by my colleague, Ms. Madhurima Sarkar Shwasrigod, Economic Affairs Officer, ESCAP, and my colleague Khalid Mustaf, a specialist regional liaison, UNITAR, UNOSAC. So over to you, Madhurima, on presentation of the portal. Thank you. Madhu, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Srivastava. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Distinguished participants, a very good morning and good afternoon and a good evening to all. I would like to take a few minutes to provide some details and background of the portal. And at the outset, I think one of the general thoughts is, no, not another portal. But I really hope that through this presentation, you will have a better understanding of the unique point of view and the USP of this portal and how it can support the work of policy planners, decision makers, and development researchers. Distinguished participants, the Asia-Pacific region faces a daunting spectrum of natural hazards that are being challenged and exacerbated by new climate realities. In 2019, the Asia-Pacific Disaster Report revealed how the riskscape is changing across the region with the addition of slow onset disasters and disproportionately impacting poor and marginalized groups. With the convergence of COVID-19 with natural hazards such as cyclones and floods, we're seeing a riskscape that is more complex than ever before. Whether from natural or biological hazards, the risk impacts the most vulnerable populations. In addition to this convergence of natural and biological hazards, climate change is a threat that cannot be ignored. The most recent IPCC AR6 notes that for every additional 0.5 degree increase amplifies the intensity and frequency of heat waves, heavy precipitation, and drought. So these challenging times call for a reformulation and paradigm shift from a single hazard, single sector perspective to a multi-hazard, multi-sectoral, and systemic risk perspective. To achieve this, we need to build multiple and complex risk scenarios that take converging natures of biological and natural hazard risks into account, and we need to really understand these risks through the lens of climate change. We need actionable risk information that is user-friendly and easy to understand and supports policymakers in making risk-informed decisions. The Risk and Resilience Portal provides this actionable and user-friendly information for the Asia-Pacific region. It bridges the science and policy gaps that currently exist from the lack of translational science. Through the integration of data from multiple existing and validated sources, the portal is a one-stop shop to ensure that the vast array of scientific information on hazards, climate change, social, economic, and health data can be analyzed in a way that can be used by policymakers, decision makers, and development researchers to make efficient, risk-informed decisions that span across multiple sectors. As our short launch video noted, the portal really helps policymakers answer 4 key questions. Where are the risk hotspots? What are the current and future economic losses? How much will it cost countries to adapt to this riskscape? And what are the adaptation priorities? First, let's look at risk hotspots. So a hypothetical question for a policy user can be, how can I see in one snapshot where the most vulnerable populations to, for example, floods and flood-related diseases, such as dengue and malaria, are under the current riskscape? Using data from the Human Development Index, along with hazard data from the Global Assessment Report, the portal shows pockets of vulnerability which require the greatest attention. For example, here we see that the transboundary Ganga-Brahmaputra-Meghna basin is truly one of the most vulnerable areas in the region. So the number of health facilities, for example, shown here in this region must be disaster resilient. This must be included in risk mitigation plans for the area. The question can now also be extended to see, how can I see where the most vulnerable populations to floods and related diseases are under the future climate scenarios? The portal shows how and where climate change is impacting the most vulnerable populations and the infrastructure that serves them. We have this under a moderate climate change scenario of RCP 4.5 and a worst case scenario of RCP 8.5. Next, the portal allows countries to look at their risk profile and compare this to the region and subregions. So, for example, some hypothetical policy questions can be, what are my country's economic losses? Which hazard is producing the most losses? And how does climate change impact these losses? Using probabilistic hazard data and climate change data, ESCAP estimates the annual average loss from multiple natural and biological hazards for all countries in the region under the current risks and under 2 climate change scenarios. Now, we are all aware of the problems and risks, but we also need effective solutions. Climate change is here, and we must invest in adaptation to mitigate its impacts on lives, livelihoods, and economies. So a hypothetical question can be, how much of the sub-regional and national GDP should be spent for climate adaptation? Using multiple data sources, ESCAP estimates the cost of adaptation from multiple natural and biological hazards for all countries in the region under worst-case climate change scenarios. And the portal presents this in a comparable, user-friendly charts and graphs. Finally, a last policy question can be, given the estimated cost of adaptation for a subregion or a country, where should the investments go for the best cost-benefit ratio? The Global Commission on Adaptation has established 5 key priorities for adapting to the new riskscape: investing in early warning systems and climate-resilient infrastructure, improving dryland agricultural crop production, improving mangrove protection, and better water security. The Commission concluded that investing in $1.8 trillion generates almost $7 trillion in total net benefits. So for the portal, ESCAP applied this framework to the 5 subregions and each country using a series of proxy indicators for each measure. Each country has its own priorities for investing in adaptation, and the portal provides some investment decisions for each of the 5 adaptation measures. By providing consolidated data to these key 4 questions, we hope that the portal will be useful for policy planners and decision makers to make risk-informed decisions in national development and planning. However, to support countries, there's also a need to understand these questions at the subnational level. And given their expertise in this area, ESCAP partnered with UNITAR to provide customized risk and resilience data at the subnational level for 5 key countries: Papua New Guinea, Myanmar, Pakistan, Mongolia, and Armenia. And through the development and building of subnational risk-informed index for these countries. And in a short while, my UNITAR colleague will speak more on the subnational decision support system. Finally, I would just like to conclude this part of the presentation with 2 key features. One is the Data Explorer, which allows users to interact with more than 200 data sets through friendly visualizations. Second, for the 5 key countries with subnational decision support system, we developed overall interactive country stories that provide a visual on the story of the risk and resilience for the country. We truly hope that this portal will support the needs of policy and decision makers, as well as development researchers, by bridging the existing gaps in translating scientific information into data that can be used for policymaking. We very much welcome your feedback on the portal. And now I will hand it over to my UNITAR colleague to provide an in-depth look at the subnational tool. Thank you.
Over to Mustaq.
Thank you very much, Sanjay. Thank you very much, Madhurima. We are really delighted to be here. And big thanks to ESCAP for giving us this opportunity to work on this interesting initiative. So please allow me to play a very short video on the different functionalities of the decision support system. We are living in the era of data revolution. More and more satellite images, geospatial data are becoming free and open access, giving us unrestricted and unprecedented view of our changing planet. And with the advent of frontier technologies such as big data analytics, data mining, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, this huge amount of data are getting transformed into information about land cover, population, natural resources, hazards, etc. by the scientific community. However, there is a need for turning this amazing information into insights for policy and decision making. This is where the decision support system comes in. This tool can synthesize hazard, vulnerability, and coping capacity factors and present the output through different indicators in a user-friendly manner. Complex geospatial analysis and composite indicator development happens under the hood, which is not exposed to the users. So our target users, policy and decision makers, can just focus on the insights to steer informed actions. But for easy customization and future scaling, we have utilized open source methodologies such as Inform to create the composite indicators. We are also providing data quality assessment so the decision makers can also understand how reliable the data is. This is the landing page of the decision support system. Here you can find country profile, you can go to a storyboard, you can also launch the decision support system for a specific country. The landing page also provides description of the decision support system, methodologies used, data quality indicators, and also answers to some frequently asked questions. Now we are going to check the decision support system for 1 minute. When the decision support system is loaded, we are presented with the risk profile of different subnational units in Mongolia. If a decision maker wants to know what makes some of these administrative units very risky, they can just click the selected administrative unit. With a single click of a button, they are able to pull the information about hazard, vulnerability, and coping capacity factors that contribute to the risk of this administrative unit, together with various key indicators and some climate adaptation priorities. Sometimes the policymakers at the central government level will need to know the risk ranking of different admin units. That can be done using the rank function. Using this function, they can see the top priorities in terms of risk, exposure to hazard, vulnerability, and also lack of coping capacity. Oftentimes, the national decision makers are challenged to utilize their limited resources between many administrative units. The compare tool might become handy in such situations. As soon as the selection is done, a user can compare between these admin units side by side and also understand how to prioritize the investments. Finally, we are also providing the option to download the indicated data. So a national user can download the data and understand how the composite indicators were calculated so that they can update and modify in the future. So these were some of the key functionalities of the decision support system. We are really eager to get your feedbacks, comments, and suggestions about the functionalities, and also happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you, and over to you, Sanjay.
Yes, thank you very much, Mustaq and Madhurima. If I come to thank you for the presentation. Now I'm pleased to invite Mr. Martin Mock, the Deputy Director of PNG National Disaster Center, to share some perspective how the country can integrate innovative solutions, including the risk and resilience portal into disaster risk management and overall planning to build resilience and prioritize the needs of most vulnerable. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Over to you.
As you know, that do comes in different sizes, and of course, they be natural and man-made, multiple and varied. They do occur sometimes with or without warning. Disasters have no boundary apparently, and of course, disaster brings with them additional challenges. Disaster will increase due to effects of climate change, and we know that very well. Because the picture on the wall, the evidence that is showing us that it's not going to get any better. Now, the country has just gone through the COVID-19 experience, and of course, most of the worldwide, for that matter. And we have actually gone through the experience and have come up with some ways in which we thought that we can be able to do better. And I think one way would be to review on level of preparedness and response activity. Also, looking at the preparedness level, there must be policy that's according to the government of Papua New Guinea and this perspective. We need to have policies and plan in place that address that and other biological assets that we may expect to happen on our training. In fact, training as well as I did listen to one of our presenters, which mentioned capacity. We need to work on that, and we need to have that in place. And of course, there needs to be a lot of awareness. Response is one way that we need to look at, and even collectively and promptness, we need to be aware and providing information sharing. Use of innovative solutions is very important, which I will cross over in a little while to say how we thought about that. And of course, our way forward is to identify and confirm gaps and challenges and make improvements for the future. Now, looking at how do we best advance into innovative solution to start addressing some of those potential challenges that are now being met so that we can be able to improve our resilience in here, particularly in Papua New Guinea, and of course, throughout the Asia and the Pacific. One way is the innovative solutions, is the best use of specialist agencies, private sector, for instance, and partners at the use of different technologies. Like, for instance, in Papua New Guinea, we already had RIMES established here. And that is a very important agency that will help us to provide the weather forecast, for instance, and a lot more information that can be derived from that. Previously, we don't have that opportunity. Now, we need to start encouraging those arrangements and innovation for us to start establishing here in Papua New Guinea. The other would be to integrate different technologies to assist with disaster management. One is on GIS, for instance, earthquake, demographics, tsunami, communications, volcanoes, only to mention just a few. And I think we still need a lot of effort, work yet to be done to see that those are given some prominence and to build up. And even we need to prioritize that technology as well. In Papua New Guinea, early warning, for instance, and the use of internet facilities, we will need to get into that more, to use that to generate information and give us the right information that will help us to make decisions. And communication equipment, social media for awareness, and radio stations, public and private as well. Now, we also feel that integration of innovation solutions to involve use of those technology in phases of disaster management, like risk identification, geospatial analysis, in disaster mitigation, risk reduction, building codes and resilient structures, land use planning, participatory approach, and community-based disaster risk reduction. Those are some of those things we think that we need to start placing more emphasis on to help us build our resilience. Which are pressing the disaster preparedness, for instance, emergency communication is one thing that we are emphasizing on. Early warning system, public outreach, and social media, and of course, resilient recovery, health facilities, and schools resilience, water resilience, data for evidence-based training. Those are some of those things that we feel that we need to start placing more emphasis on to build our resilience. And of course, once we get it right, we can be able to have more edge on our end to take advantage of to build our resilience and to be able to address, and not only that, but be able to process the needs of the most vulnerable community. So I think that's basically some of those things that we would like to share, that in Papua New Guinea we are looking at enhancing those things and inviting those arrangements and building those arrangements as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank you very much. I'm now pleased to invite Mr. Richard Higgins, Humanitarian Coordination Specialist, UNDP, Papua New Guinea, to deliver his remark and discuss how the new and innovative solutions can be scaled up to build disaster, climate, and health resilience and provide support at country level. Mr. Higgins.
Sure. Good morning and good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you for the opportunity for Mr. Mose and myself to speak today, particularly with regards to the risk resilience portal and the broader question of how to scale up these types of innovations to help us better support national governments and to build disaster and climate health resilience. I think for us, obviously the last year and a half, the pandemic has shown us, unlike any other crisis prior to that, that investment is necessary in all areas, in our health systems, in our social safety net programs, in infrastructure, and all of this investment can go a long way to helping us mitigate future impacts from crises. To do that, though, and in order to make strategic investments, we need to have quality data. And certainly, when we were pulling together data sets to help contribute to the decision support system function of this portal, it was quite evident that there are some quality data sets that are lacking. But there's also a lot of quality data out there in various government agencies and even amongst our private sector partners, particularly the extractive industries, that we just don't have access to. And we need to do a better job of sharing that and having access to that data. But it just reiterates the importance of how that information can help us better understand and better apply the limited resources that we have here. As international partners supporting the government of Papua New Guinea, obviously we have a limited set of resources. You know, a lot of our international partners are investing in other countries in the region and the world. And so we need to make sure that their investments are have the best and largest impact possible. And so in the past, you know, the tools such as the Inform Index and other similar portals were really only providing us data on a national level. It didn't help us understand the nuances or the differences within countries, particularly as diverse as Papua New Guinea is. And so for us, the risk and resilience portal is an absolute exceptional tool, and I'm looking forward to it to be continue to grow and develop. But in particular, the decision support system and having the ability to analyze at the provincial, district, or eventually the local level government levels where the particular vulnerable populations are for certain risks and hazards will help us to be more targeted in our support moving forward. Of course, with climate change, things are a bit of a moving target. You know, things that we knew in the past are now shifting. Certain parts of the country that were at risk for certain hazards are now at risk for other hazards. New populations are emerging that are becoming at risk. And so the predictive and analytical capacities of these types of portals will become more and more critical for us in terms of being able to determine the types and directions of the support that we provide. Here in Papua New Guinea, for example, one of the things I think that sort of reinforced what we were doing or what we are currently doing is as my partner, Mr. Mose had mentioned, there's already investments in early warning systems here. But we identified from the pandemic that actually we need to invest more in water sanitation, hygiene, protecting our water sources, and providing vulnerable populations in particular, with greater access to water and sanitation. We've also come to realize over the past several years with the evolving impacts of the climate emergency that we need to be a bit more, to provide a bit more investment in our agriculture, in seeds that are not only drought resistant, but also flood resistant, since those are the two primary hazards that are going to affect us outside of the sudden onset impacts. But also, understanding that Papua New Guinea is an island of mountains and atolls and islands. There's logistical challenges as well. These are things that areas that we now know that we need to invest more in. But it's great to have the data to back that up, so that when we are appealing to our international partners, we have the solid evidence to support those requests. And I think I'll just end it there. Back to you, Sanjay.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Higgins, for very useful remark, both of you, Mr. Martin and Higgins. I'm now pleased to invite Mr. Lawrence Anthony, Assistant Director for Disaster Monitoring and Analysis, AHA Center, to deliver his remark on good practices on scaling up innovative solutions to address disaster, climate, and health nexus from ASEAN perspective. So, Lawrence, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and greetings from Manila. The ASEAN region, and by extension, the Asia-Pacific region, has a growing need for critical analysis and synthesis of data and information to inform policy decisions and disaster management operations. To fill this gap, platforms for the sharing of best practices, latest researches, and innovations are needed. In this regard, initiatives like the Risk and Resilience Portal are very much welcome and is a step towards the right direction. Within the ASEAN region, we have the ASEAN Risk Monitor and Disaster Management Review, or ARMOR. ARMOR is the ASEAN region's annual publication that seeks to bridge science and decision-making. The publication receives contributions from academics and practitioners, showcasing their work within the region. We launched ARMOR first edition sometime in 2019, where we published articles covering a wide range of topics, such as the economic cost of multi-hazard risk, ASEAN cities that face considerable disaster risks, potential threats of climate change to the ASEAN region, snapshot of the region's early warning system, emerging risks such as technological disasters triggered by natural hazards or NATEC, and technological innovations, among others. In ARMOR's second edition in 2020, we zoomed in on climate change and aptly captioned the publication with "Time is running out. Why ASEAN must act now against climate emergencies." In this edition, we presented articles that discuss the link between climate change and disasters, impacts of climate change to the region, and emerging solutions for adaptation and mitigation. In November of this year, we will launch the ARMOR third edition with the theme, "When Disasters and Pandemic Collide, What Does It Mean to ASEAN Now and into the Future?" COVID-19 has challenged the norms and pushed humanitarians to innovate and rethink the way we do things, especially in terms of provision of assistance and emergency response. Unfortunately, COVID-19 may not be the last pandemic, as permafrost continues to melt due to global warming and bacteria and viruses preserved in the permafrost are released. In ARMOR third edition, we aim to take a look at potential and observe impacts of pandemic to disaster risk, how the ongoing pandemic situation changes humanitarian actions, and how policies and technology could enable the development of innovative solutions to be used for an effective response during pandemic situations. The development of ARMOR third edition is currently ongoing and consolidating scientific knowledge and experiences gained during the current COVID-19 pandemic. In the next 3 months, we look forward to contributing more to the ever-growing discussion on disaster, climate, and health nexus. And ultimately, we aim to deliver another piece that will contribute to the improvement of disaster management within the ASEAN region and by extension, the Asia-Pacific region. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you, Anthony, for your useful information about ARMOR. Thank you very much. Now this floor is open for the comment, suggestion, and if there are any suggestions from the countries, from the participants, please do share with us, even through the YouTube video. If there are no comment, suggestion, we will wait. We will also respond to you in due course of time. So I would like to now close this session, and I must thank you to all the participants. I note there are no comments and suggestions from YouTube video as well. So we will look for all your suggestions, and especially we will encourage our country participants and partners to please make use of this portal. You have seen the variety of feature it offers. This is where I would like to conclude and look for your comments and suggestion in due course. Thank you very much for this useful session. So thank you. So this is, I would like to close this session with these remarks and look forward for your further comments and suggestions in the future. Thank you, colleagues.
Our next
session,
session,
please go ahead.
Thank you. Our next session will begin at 1 o'clock, and the session will be on policy coherence. So we would invite all our guests and delegates to please join through the YouTube link, that session as well. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished participants. I'm very pleased to welcome you all virtually to the session of the Regional Learning Platform on Policy Coherence. Let me thank every one of you for participating in this event. I very much appreciate your taking the time. In the light of the crisis that we're facing in the region and indeed globally, operationalizing coherence to better address cascading risks and systemic gaps is an imperative to build back better from COVID-19. Good afternoon, distinguished participants. I'm very pleased to welcome you all virtually. I sincerely apologize. Technical difficulties. Sorry. So the deliberations of this session will also feed into a thematic expert meeting on building disaster, climate, and health resilience to manage cascading risks. And all speakers and panelists are welcome to attend the thematic meeting tomorrow, August 24th, from 2:15 to 4 o'clock Bangkok time, and share their views and perspectives during the session. I would now like to invite Mr. Thani Thongpakdi, Permanent Secretary for Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Thailand, to deliver his introductory remarks. Mr. Thani Thongpakdi, the floor is yours.
Ms. Tiziana Boniface, Director of ICT and Disaster Risk Reduction Division, ESCAP. Mr. Marco Toscano Rivalta, Chief of the Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, UNDRR. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to welcome participants to the first session of the Regional Learning Platform dedicated to policy coherence, for which UNDRR and Thailand are organizing partners. This session is taking place against the backdrop of the ESCAP Disaster Resilience Week, which is of great relevance to all of us. During the 4 sessions of the Regional Learning Platform, we will be hearing and discussing how individual countries and the region can strengthen their resilience in striving to recover better and stronger from COVID-19. As we deliberate on this crucial topic, the interconnectedness of disaster, health, and climate will be at the front and center. As we are witnessing firsthand, the socio-economic impacts of COVID-19 are far-reaching and long-lasting. They may be further worsened by compounding and cascading risks. Extreme weather events exacerbated by climate change, leading to the recent floods sweeping across parts of Europe, China, and India, with the heat waves and forest fires in North America and Australia are but a few examples. The most recent findings of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC, suggest that we are about to confront a new climate reality much sooner than anticipated. For this reason, Thailand believes that a discourse on the interlinkages between disaster, health, and climate is very timely. It can help governments and stakeholders to better understand the compounding and cascading risk landscape and to formulate more coherent policies. Effective responses require a multi-hazard, multi-sectorial, and multi-stakeholder approach. Thailand strongly believes in such an approach, and all of us have a role to play. To manage situations more effectively and in a timely manner, we need to further develop the policy tools we have at hand. The Bangkok Principles for the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction provide one solid foundation to take forward discussions on ways to integrate disaster and public health risk management and response, while factoring in the impacts of climate change. In identifying systemic gaps, perhaps we could even aim higher towards a strategy for collaboration that ensures our countries are better prepared for future crises. I would like to thank ESCAP and UNDRR for their efforts in organizing this session, as well as all the panelists for their valuable participation, especially during these challenging times. I sincerely hope that our exchanges today and throughout the Disaster Resilience Week will help us to better understand the risks. There is no better time to build closer networks and cooperation so that we as individual countries and as a region are better prepared for future disasters and crises. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thongpagdi, for your remarks. I would now like to invite Mr. Marco Toscano Rivalta, Chief of the Regional Office of Asia and the Pacific, United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, to deliver his introductory remarks. Mr. Rivalta, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for your very kind introduction. And please do allow me to extend a warm welcome to everybody who has joined us today for this important session, which is really critical to the work that we have ahead. And before I start, I would definitely like to recognize the ESCAP team, Tiziana, and for organizing this third Disaster Resilience Week, which is really a testament to the commitment that ESCAP has toward disaster risk reduction. And I'm really glad, really in particular, because this is my first Resilience Week. So I'm particularly excited to be part of this. And of course, before I share with you some initial considerations, I would really like to pay a special recognition to the Permanent Secretary and for his clear framing of the work that we have ahead, the challenges, but also really the possibilities that we have if we undertake together with strong international cooperation and commitment, the challenges that we have ahead. And of course, also particular recognitions to Thailand for the leadership in disaster risk reduction. And definitely in UNDRR, we also look forward to the launch of the much anticipated 2021 edition of the Asia Pacific Disaster Report, which we always in UNDRR find very interesting, useful, with very valuable and important resources therein. So an anticipated congratulations to my colleagues there. Ladies and gentlemen, UNDRR has been a strong advocate for disaster risk reduction and policy coherence, and in particular really with the focus of enhancing the coherence between disaster risk reduction and the climate agendas with the view to protect and enabling the achievement of the SDGs. DRR, climate and SDGs really goes hand in hand. Climate-related risks are the largest drivers of disasters, and yet the two fields often seem to operate in silos as a result of artificial barriers created by reporting or regulatory constraints, financing mechanisms, and other causes, rather than practical policy considerations. Of course, it's easy to say and it's challenging to do, but definitely we have the understanding today and the resources and the commitments to make it happen. And as the Permanent Secretary just highlighted now, it's really a must. Yet, when we focus on the desired goals on both the Sendai framework and the Paris Agreement, it is clear that there are many opportunities for this coordination and even integration, in fact, especially around themes like financing, risk governance, vulnerability reductions, and resilience buildings. I would even dare to say that sometimes the Sendai framework can offer the opportunity of the how-to we can implement, for instance, the provisions of the Paris Agreement when it comes to the areas of adaptation. The latest Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, reports that, and I quote, the scale of recent changes across the climate systems are unprecedented and are already affecting many weather and climate extremes in every region. This means a couple of things. First of all, that more international, in our case, regional cooperation is needed. And most fundamentally, the need for coherent planning and implementation around climate adaptations, resilience building, and this is even more critical than ever. And as the UN Secretary General said, and he has reiterated many times, half of the climate financing should be dedicated to these efforts for adaptations and resilience building. In the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, it only makes sense that biohazards and health emergency be added, as well as to ensure that the COVID-19 recovery is really aligned with the resilience building goals. We have a unique opportunity. Of course, it comes at a great price, which is the pandemic, but we can really do something here if we make an effort to align all our work to maximize the resources that we are dedicating to addressing the pandemic and building the recovery pathway. Indeed, this multi-hazard approach, and I think that this is really critical. What I really would like to stress, what I'm saying now, that this multi-hazard approach to managing climate, biological, and disaster risk is the type of system thinking and implementation that is required to address this systemic risk and not miss any blind spot. Coherence also carries practical benefits in improving the efficiency of interventions, as they, by addressing multiple dimensions simultaneously, but also the efficiency of using limited resources by encouraging collaborations and avoiding duplications. All countries tend to benefit from such a process, especially those on the pathway of graduating from the least developed category, as addressing disaster-related economic and environmental vulnerabilities can support a smooth transitions to a post-LDC life. The good news is that the underlying component for such coherent approach already exists within the post-2015 global frameworks and the guidelines that have come out since. And one I would like to mention in particular is the Bangkok principles for the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework, for which the government of Thailand really deserves a special credit as sponsors of the conference that led to their development, and also for the important resolutions that ESCAP these years has adopted, and actually is also helping very much framing the conversation during this week, but also pushing us harder on the importance of bringing different fields to have this systemic approach really realized. The question for us moving forward as the region seeks to build back better from the global pandemic is exactly the questions that this session is discussing today. What are the challenges, but of course also what are the opportunities here in the Asia-Pacific region that we have to integrate climate, disaster and health risk and manage them in an efficient way? How do we use the recovery to enhance the prevention? And this is really, I want to reiterate, to enhance preventions and not only, of course, the much needed preparedness and response, but to break this vicious cycle, higher investments and dedications to prevention is really key. How we address the vulnerability that drives disaster risk, and most fundamentally, how do we further strengthen our regional cooperation? For that, I'm very grateful to the panelists who will be diving into these questions today together, and I really would like to thank again ESCAP for this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Toscano Rivalta, for your remarks. I would now like to invite Ms. Tiziana Bonapace, Director, ICT and Disaster Risk Reduction Division, ESCAP, to deliver her introductory remarks. Ms. Bonapace, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madhu. Permanent Secretary Tani from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand, Marco Toscano Rivalta, Chief of the Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific of UNDRR, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to welcome you all to the Regional Learning Platform session on policy coherence. I thank each one of you for your interest and the time you have dedicated to this event. ESCAP has been convening this regional learning platform since 2016 with the objective of better understanding the mechanisms that operationalize policy coherence. In 2017, we prepared a country-level toolkit that quantified synergies and trade-offs and identified the key entry points for disaster resilience. And this was the starting point for our discussions on the operationalization of policy coherence. Now, as we all know very well, the region is witnessing an unprecedented collision of the pandemic with other extreme events driven largely by climate change. The pandemic has thus added new dimensions to the risk and resilience landscape and has made the need to build multi-hazard resilience that includes both natural and biological hazards crucial to achieving the SDGs. And this regional learning platform will, for the first time, extend the discussion on building systemic resilience to public health systems. It has long been known that biological and natural hazards intersect with each other and increase the complexity of overall disaster impacts on populations and economies. This is also a significant component of the Sendai framework, and it also forms the basis of the Bangkok principles. But overall, disaster management and risk analytics have been slow in capturing the intersections and cascading effects between natural and biological hazards, as well as the effects of climate change on natural and biological hazards. So the challenging times that we face call for a reformulation and a paradigm shift from a single hazard, single sector perspective to a multi-hazard, multi-sectoral and systemic risk perspective. Allow me to briefly highlight 4 key measures that can be taken to make the post-pandemic world more resilient to these cascading hazards. 1, the intersection of the COVID-19 pandemic with climate extremes One, the intersection of the COVID-19 pandemic with climate extremes and other biological hazards means confronting deeper uncertainties than the past. The responders on the ground are witnessing a new reality, managing risk to managing uncertainties. The future disaster planning will need to engage with more complex and dynamic scenarios. And in this regard, ESCAP's forthcoming Asia-Pacific Disaster Report, which will be launched during the 7th session of the Committee on DRR on the 25th of August, will present the cascading risks and show how the contours of the disaster riskscape across the region is expanding. 2, emerging technologies hold much promise, but we must use these innovations in the service of marginal and vulnerable populations. Today, in the morning session, ESCAP launched the Risk and Resilience portal under the Asia-Pacific Disaster Resilience Network. The portal opens up new avenues in showcasing how we can use innovations in digital technologies, remote sensing, modeling, GIS-based applications to make risk-informed policy decisions under multiple risk scenarios. 3, there are areas where additional investments will yield large dividends. These include investments in integrated early warning systems for biological hazards and pandemics, building infrastructure, particularly health infrastructure that is disaster and climate resilient, and investing in climate adaptation to deal with these multiple and compounded risks. And finally, and this was also mentioned by my colleague Marco in the previous statement, there is a need to double down on regional and sub-regional cooperation, because both COVID and the extreme weather events show that disasters know no borders. Now is the time to operationalize through regional cooperation the Sendai framework, building on the Bangkok principles and taking advantage of the Asia-Pacific Resilience Network. As a way forward, ESCAP's committee, 7th session of the Committee on DRR, will make key decisions on scaling up regional cooperation and sub-regional cooperation frameworks to manage the cascading risks of the present and of the future. Distinguished participants, I look forward to the deliberations of this session and the overall regional learning platform to build disaster, climate, and health resilience in the Asia-Pacific. I thank you for the opportunity to address you. Over to you, Madhu.
Thank you, Ms. Bonipace, for your remarks. I would now like to invite Mr. Timothy Wilcox, Program Management Officer, UNDRR, to moderate the panel session discussion on policy coherence. Timothy, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sarkar-Swesgood. Welcome, everyone, and I'm very pleased to open this panel discussion on policy coherence, and thank you again for joining us today, and welcome to all of our esteemed speakers and special guests. Participants who are watching on the YouTube channel can ask questions on the YouTube link. Time permitting, the questions will be answered during the open discussion session at the end or offline as well. So you too can also be included. But firstly, I'd like to invite Dr. Thanarak Plipat, who is the Inspector General of the Ministry of Public Health here in Thailand, to share his perspectives on opportunities and challenges in implementing a systemic approach to disaster and public health risk management in Thailand, and how the Bangkok principles in particular can be utilized to promote this systemic approach. Dr. Plipat, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Dr. Plipat, I think you're on mute. I think we're having some technical difficulties. I think you're on mute still. Apologies, you're still on mute. I think maybe plug in the set. Yes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let me start from the beginning. First, thank you very much for having me here today. And Sawadee krab, distinguished participants. Thailand has enjoyed a strong working relationship with our important partners on disaster risk reduction and emergency management system development for so many years. I myself have a chance to be a team lead working in the field of public health emergency management since 2007. Here I would like to share my experience and my thought on developing Thailand public health emergency management system using a multiple hazard framework. Building a strong public health emergency management system has been one of the Ministry of Public Health top priorities for several years. Over the past 20 years, we have first-hand experience with several large-scale health emergencies, such as SARS in 2002, avian influenza in 2003, Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami in 2004, H1N1 pandemic influenza in 2009, major flood in central Thailand in 2012, Zika virus disease in 2013, MERS in 2015, and now COVID-19. The Thai Ministry of Public Health started our public health emergency management programs in 2007, and we have a major program reform in 2014, recognizing the need for the diverse public health response, as I mentioned earlier, to various health hazards. Our policy for building a strong public health emergency management system was that our program be able to respond to all hazards. There is biological, chemical, radiological, natural, and environmental hazards, and explosion or trauma event since the beginning of our programs. We have worked to continuously improve our public health emergency management capacities domestically and regionally. The work has not done alone. Ministry of Public Health have worked closely with Department of Disaster Prevention and Mitigation, Department of Livestock Development, Office of Atoms for Peace, Department of Industrial Work, Department of Pollution Control, and other productive international developing agency, the US CDC, USAID, WHO, FAO, the EU, and of course the ASEAN, to name a few. Our public health emergency management program have got a lot of help from global, regional, and national frameworks, which became available in recent years, such as the WHO International Health Regulation, or the WHO IHR, the WHO Joint External Evaluation, or the WHO JEE, the WHO Framework for Public Health Emergency Operation Centers, Global Health Security Agenda Action Packages, Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, Bangkok Principles on the implementation of health aspects of the Sendai Framework, Disaster Prevention and Mitigation Act, and National Disaster Prevention and Mitigation Plan. With all of these laws and frameworks, we were able to design our system to cope with all hazards and work under Thai culture as well. In the recent years, we have worked with ASEAN countries to initiate ASEAN Emergency Operation Centers Network, or ASEAN EOC Net, under the ASEAN Health Cluster 2 programs. The ASEAN EOC Network should complement very well with already existing ASEAN Coordinating Centers for Humanitarian Assistance on Disaster Management, or AHA Center, in Indonesia. As an active member of Public Health Emergency Operations Centers Network of the WHO, or EOC Net, we organized Global EOC Net annual meeting with the WHO in Chiang Mai in 2019. I personally believe that working with regional and international partners under the existing strong platform have helped us developing our national emergency management capacity very quickly. Let me also mention about the leadership roles in developing emergency management capacities. This is where policy coherence ships in. I was lucky enough to have a chance to work with strong leaders, director generals, and permanent secretaries who understood the importance of having integrated public health emergency management system. The support that the program had was very crucial in driving the program forward. In 2019, Thailand were ranked among the most prepared country for pandemic preparedness by Johns Hopkins Universities, thanks to the energies of the teams and the support from our leaders, our policy, and our developing partners. And I believe that is the spirit of working together that make us achieve this achievement in just a short period of time. Today, the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic is a good example of why the Agency for Disaster Prevention and Mitigation, the Agency for National Security, and Public Health Agency should work together, and how important having a good system in place before the disaster strike. While the international community has a history of collaboration on diseases, and disasters of public health importance. The acceleration of global partnership to handle these converging risks is a key step forward. Continue to work under multi-hazard framework is also one of the key success factors, and it is our way of work in improving our national public health emergency management capacities. In closing, I want to thank the organizers for hosting this important meeting and for letting me having a chance to share with you my story. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณครับ
Okay, thanks very much. Seem to be having some technical difficulties there. I've been unmuted now, so thank you very much, Dr. Plipat, for those really useful insights into Thailand's valuable experiences. I find them very interesting, and Thailand's had a lot of good experiences in this area over the past year. So we very much welcome your insights into this. On that note, I'd like to now invite Ms. Gabrielle Emery, who's our Disaster Law Manager from Asia Pacific IFRC office, to highlight how existing global, regional and national frameworks can be used to promote a more systemic integration of disaster and public health management. Ms. Emery, the floor is yours.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you so much, Tim. I hope you can hear me okay, and also extending my thanks to the organisers, ESCAP and Government of Thailand, for inviting me to present today. I am just going to put up a short PowerPoint to accompany my remarks, so just bear with me while I get this one up. Right, so hopefully you should be seeing that soon. So yes, so today in my presentation, I'm just going to share some reflections and some findings from a global study that Red Cross and Red Crescent has recently concluded, looking at the law and public health emergencies, and in particular their connections with disaster risk management frameworks. So it is very much looking at the legal implications and how laws can also enable coherence. So as many of you may know, Red Cross and Red Crescent have been leaders on disaster law issues for the past 20 years, supporting governments to strengthen legal frameworks across all aspects of disaster risk management, also looking at how to better integrate climate change adaptation into these frameworks, and more recently with COVID, now also looking at how to bring better coherence with public health emergencies and biological hazards. So we know firsthand as community responders and also our policy work that governance really is the cornerstone of effective mitigation, prevention and response to all types of hazards. And we know that laws play a critical role in that. So laws are really key to establishing who needs to be doing what and when, for establishing coordination mechanisms, for establishing budgetary and funding allocation, and also for mandating participation both across government and with non-government entities. So it's really critical that we're looking at our policy coherence and our governance, that we're also factoring in our laws into this as well. And we saw in COVID-19, I think everyone's life personally and in our organisations have all been affected in some way by different laws and regulations as well. In fact, we have never ever seen so many laws enacted for one event in the history as well. So I think there were some very interesting legal lessons to be learnt. So at the beginning of the middle of last year, we embarked on the study looking at the international normative framework particularly around public health emergencies and disaster risk management. We analysed the international health regulations, the health aspects of Sendai, the SDG, the Bangkok principles, different WHO guidelines. We looked at and analysed the regional arrangements, and we also looked at domestic institutional frameworks, 31 countries globally, including 16 here in Asia Pacific. We analysed 130 emergency decrees. And, I think a lot of the overall findings was that generally there was kind of a general lack of legal preparedness for public health emergency events. Although there were some good practices, I think, as we look through COVID-19 recovery, this issue really needs a lot more consideration. So generally, we see that public health emergencies and biological hazards really fall under that definition, that international definition of a disaster, both at the international level under UNDRR terminology and also in most domestic contexts as well. Biological hazards are covered under a disaster event. However, when you start looking at how it's regulated or the policy frameworks, they are still regulated quite separately from that of other natural hazards. Although we did see that there were already inbuilt synergies with a lot of DRM mechanisms being called into play in a lot of these contexts for the coordination aspects, and also where a lot of the state of emergency powers also rested. So by and large, broadly, there were three categorizations of how countries both, prepared and respond to public health emergencies. On one scale, you've got public health dominant frameworks, which are public health legislation and frameworks with not much synergy with disaster risk management approaches. On the other end of the spectrum there, you've got disaster risk management dominant frameworks, where you actually have a lot of the public health measures sitting under those kind of established disaster laws and policies. We didn't come across many of those examples from Asia Pacific, although operationally we found that Pacific were much more operating under disaster risk management frameworks. We also predominantly, most countries use this hybrid model where you have the overarching public health legislation and the strategies and policies, but where we saw disaster risk management legislation and frameworks also coming to the fore. And that was mostly in terms of those established coordination mechanisms, as well as those states of emergency powers as well. And our research doesn't come out and recommend that one approach is better than the other. It very much depends on national context. It could be an area for further research down the track. But what we do really recommend is that there is better synergies, there's better alignment, and you look at all of those frameworks to ensure you're building on what is already working well, and you're also duplicating, and you're making sure that there's very clearly allocated roles and responsibilities between all those systems. So we talked about the public health emergency laws by the predominant framework. So we really wanted to analyse that and look to see, how those kind of DRR principles were being, established in these bits of legislation. And we found kind of many emerging issues. The first one was that most public health legislation, or a lot of the public health legislation we looked at, was quite old. So, a lot of the legislation, some in this region, particularly in South Asia, we were looking at legislation that was almost 100 years old. And that's not to say that an old law is a bad law, but certainly sometimes those more modern approaches and all, health or hazards approach certainly hasn't been incorporated into the legislation. That means also that there wasn't flexibility under those frameworks to respond to new and emerging challenges. So new laws or new decrees had to be enacted, which sometimes didn't build on the systems that were already in place. We also saw predominantly that there was limited implementation of international commitments. We have the international health regulations, which are binding on states, but very few states had actually implemented these into their national laws. We had the Bangkok principles as well that we talked about, but again, we didn't see, much implementation at the national level. By and large, a lot of the public health emergency laws that we studied were quite reactive, so they were quite response-driven models, and they didn't have a risk reduction focus or a prevention focus, or certainly didn't really elaborate much on recovery. So I think there's a lot of learnings and lessons there from the DRR sector that could be applied over into the public health space. We saw participation being an issue as well. So, we know that COVID-19 and public health emergencies have really touched on every sector of government and also the non-government. And just like, what we talk about in the DRR sector, talking about an all of society approach, that's also really needed when we look at these public health frameworks as well. So how do you use your laws to mandate greater participation in the planning and in the decision making on this as well? Coordination, the perennial problem in disaster risk management, and laws are really critical for establishing how coordination works across government, with non-government, and also from the central to the subnational level. There's an extra complexity in public health emergencies, as ministries of health tend to be very large and very decentralized. So there's also that internal element as well. So often ministries of health might be quite busy, in their own internal coordination. So how, that can better work with the disaster risk management system in terms of that wider coordination that's needed. And again, protection and inclusion. We have these laws and policies, not just for setting up systems, but for protecting people, and particularly the most at risk as well. But, just like we see in disaster laws, often we find that there's not enough guidance or specificity in the law to really make sure that those protection principles can be enacted. Looking at the health implications in disaster laws, we found that most domestic disaster laws in Asia Pacific actually include biological hazards or health risks in terms of their disasters, so that there is some mandate or power for that machinery in this area. However, we found that many lacked, again, the detail for how this coordination mechanism and who takes the lead roles and responsibilities actually works in practice. And we found that, a lot more guidance will be needed in this area. A lot of the health risks are often talked about more in terms of secondary kind of hazards, not the primary hazard itself. So I think there's a lot more thinking that needs to happen between the sectors. We did see a lot of really good examples, though, in Asia Pacific. It was really good to hear about Thailand, because Thailand certainly came through in terms of the laws and the policies of this quite integrated model. We saw some really great examples too from China, from Korea, and from Samoa in this area. Generally, we found that Southeast Asia and the Pacific had more integrated models than other parts of the region. Okay, and just some key takeaways. I'm probably over time here. So, like the other speakers, really seize that opportunity of COVID-19 recovery, and let's make sure we build back our laws and our policies better as well. Let's make sure that we ensure greater coherence between disaster risk management, climate change, and public health emergencies as we go forward. And let's also look at how we can bolster regional approaches. We've seen, in ASEAN and the Pacific, some really strong models and governance mechanisms for disaster management. And, I think this has really paid off for better preparedness and risk reduction approaches in those member states as well. We didn't see that same level of collaboration yet around public health emergencies, but we have great systems to build on already. So let's look at the synergies at that regional level. We also saw, because of the experience in this region dealing with natural hazards, we saw really good approaches already emerging in laws, policies and practice in this region, which could also equally be applied to the public health sector. So I think, bringing those sectors together and making sure we build on what's already working well, I think that's going to be critical. And when we're looking at, laws, we need to eliminate gaps and conflicts and duplication between them, and also really look at how we clarify roles and responsibilities between the agencies as well. So that is a lot for 7 minutes, and I'll leave it there. Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, thanks very much, Gabrielle. That's really informative. And thanks very much for these valuable insights and experiences, basically on the role of legislation, in bringing coherence between these relevant sectors together more with some good messages, I think, and lessons for everyone, particularly during the COVID-19 recovery. But on that note, we are a little bit behind time, but I'd like to now invite Ms. Manisha Binge, who is the Managing Director of Global Networks and Strategic Partnerships from the Pandemic Prevention Institute of the Rockefeller Foundation, to share via a pre-recorded video some perspectives on preparedness for pandemic risks. Specifically, how do we envisage the management of pandemic risks as a part of overall disaster management systems? So on that note, I now hand over to the video and I ask my ESCAP colleagues if they can activate that. Thanks.
Hello and good afternoon. Thank you all for inviting me to be here. While I wish I could join you in real time, or better yet, in person, I'm grateful for this opportunity to offer my thoughts in the Asia-Pacific region. I commend ESCAP and the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction for convening this conversation about how to prepare for future disasters, even as we continue to respond to COVID-19. At the Rockefeller Foundation, our mission is to promote the health and well-being of people around the world, particularly the world's most vulnerable. And as we all know, in the wake of COVID-19, the most vulnerable amongst us have been disproportionately affected. That's why we believe it's important to accelerate our efforts to prevent future pandemics and other health emergencies. Today, I want to share some ways that the Rockefeller Foundation is working to do just that. We are all here today because we believe it's essential to not only respond to and recover from disasters, but also to try to prevent, prepare for, and mitigate them. As opposed to ad hoc relief and reconstruction efforts, this requires a more systemic, long-term, and comprehensive approach. 5 years ago, the Sendai framework advised that UN country teams support investments in multi-hazard, early warning, and early action efforts, and link them to risk factors related to social cohesion, disease surveillance, and vulnerability to natural hazards. This would help governments better understand and prepare for imminent hazards, including cascading disasters. Thanks to a push from countries that had experienced Ebola, MERS, and SARS, the Sendai framework also extended the definition of risk to include biological hazards such as pandemics. This is essential. Multidimensional and multi-sectoral risk assessments must capture the full spectrum of risks, including biological hazards and disease outbreaks. We must analyze their interconnected and cascading nature to inform our policy decisions, planning, and actions. The framework called for a substantial number of UN member states to adopt national strategies for disaster risk reduction by the end of this year. However, to date, just 40% of countries report having these in place, and many of the existing strategies do not account for biological hazards or health emergencies. We must rectify this. All countries need to develop and adopt DRR strategies, and they should make biological hazards an essential component of those strategies, as well as invest in disease surveillance and early warning systems. While there are current systems that are focused on surveillance, there are significant gaps in early warning capabilities. In order to preempt pandemics, we need early warning systems to take biological, epidemiological, and ecological approaches to monitor the spread of existing pathogens and detect emerging or re-emerging ones. The key here is integrating different types of data streams to gain meaningful insights and propel action. We also need data systems to talk to each other and provide a comprehensive picture of what's really going on. That's where challenges still exist across the world, even in the most mature health systems. We have learned that the hard way, which is why this is so critical. Researchers believe that SARS-CoV-2 virus was likely circulating undetected for some time before the first outbreak was reported in Wuhan. Even since the virus's identification and the circulation of its genomic sequence across the world, it continues to evolve, and find more efficient means of human-to-human transmission. That's why it's essential to sequence and share genomic information and other relevant data rapidly and from all corners of the globe. That will enable us to identify and understand how this virus is evolving and adapt our tools accordingly. Unfortunately, though, only a dozen or so countries, all of which have developed economies, are sequencing at least 5% of their COVID-19 cases and sharing that data through global databases. So right now, we are in no better position to stop a variant from going global than we were before the pandemic started. What little genomic data we are collecting is not being analyzed or shared fast enough to help scientists and public health authorities make informed decisions about public health interventions and adapting treatments, diagnostics, and vaccines. We need to dramatically expand genomic surveillance. By doing so, we could respond to new variant-driven surges and save countless lives, not to mention billions of dollars in economic loss. That's why the Rockefeller Foundation is working with global stakeholders to establish a data-driven platform that will help the world anticipate, visualize, and respond to outbreaks with increasing precision. We are currently focusing on analyzing variants of concern and interest, tracking how quickly we can identify new variants, and aligning this data with what we know about vaccination progress. Even as we use data to beat this pandemic, we must think about the information we need to prevent the next one, whether it's the result of a SARS-CoV-2 variant or another pathogen altogether. Last year, the UNDRR released a COVID-19 engagement strategy recommending the incorporation of biological hazards into a country's DRR efforts, as well as stronger collaboration between DRR and health authorities. Researchers have pointed out the potential of using disaster risk assessments and community-based DRM for COVID-19 risk assessments. They also suggested a last-mile approach for pandemic early warning systems at the community level and DRR-related technologies like spatial and remote sensing for mapping pandemics. The goal of the Rockefeller Foundation's pandemic prevention efforts is to help countries and regions use these kinds of advanced analytics and technologies to predict and prevent future pandemics. In fact, we want to help contain any potential pandemic threat within the first 100 days of detecting an outbreak. For Asia Pacific specifically, regional collaboration is especially important. This is a region that has experienced multiple disasters. Many studies have shown that the Southeast Asia region in particular is vulnerable to emerging infectious diseases, including those with pandemic potential. Fortunately, though, there has been regional collaboration on COVID-19, and many countries are evolving their disaster response practices, including digitizing some aspects like early warning, surveillance, and impact assessments. This spring, the DRM agencies of the Philippines, Japan, and the Republic of Korea reported that by implementing these and other new practices, they were able to slow the spread of COVID-19 and avoid spikes in cases. But we know there's a lot more work to be done. With over 38,000 deaths in the last 2 weeks, Southeast Asia is emerging as COVID-19's new regional hotspot. And this is driven by a few factors. The first, 3 distinct variants, Alpha, Beta, and Delta, and then variants of variants, like the emerging Delta Plus. The second, high population density within countries and mobility across countries. And finally, the scarcity of vaccines. Indeed, vaccine coverage is low, especially in Southeast Asia. While Malaysia has fully vaccinated more than 1/3 of its population, Vietnam is at 2%, Thailand 7.5%, Indonesia 10.5%, and Philippines just over 11.5%. With these protective countermeasures rolling out slowly, deaths are expected to increase as the virus moves from urban to rural areas. That's why we believe genomic sequencing is one of the key interventions needed to slow the spread of COVID-19 across the region and prepare for future viruses and pathogens. The Rockefeller Foundation has been working in Asia for over a century. Notably, we helped establish Peking Union Medical College, which helped build the field of modern medicine across the region. More recently, we have been focused on expanding access to reliable power across India and Myanmar, improving healthcare in rural India, and advancing the uses of data science and sustainable financing to improve health and working conditions for millions. We always try to ensure our programs are aligned to the needs of the country. That's why investing in Southeast Asia to build capacity for genomic surveillance and analytics and link that data with medical and public health countermeasures decision-making processes. These efforts will contribute towards creating a sustainable and institutionalized surveillance system across countries in Southeast Asia centered around genomic insights, not only for current pandemics, but also for other high-burden diseases and emerging threats. We are supporting a similar project in India, which just experienced a devastating second wave of the pandemic and is rolling out one of the largest vaccination programs in the world. India is the world's second most populous country and the second most adversely affected by COVID-19, but it still ranks 102nd in genomic sequencing of SARS-CoV-2. Less than 1% of its positive test samples have been sequenced. The Ministry of Health of the Government of India has established a consortium to expand genomic surveillance. Efforts are underway to increase the number of sequences available for the country, which still remain disproportionately low. And there we are happy to partner with leading scientific centers to achieve the ambitious goal set forth by the Government of India. Where do we go from here? In our interconnected world, our efforts are to prepare for and respond to disasters, and those must be interconnected too. We must collaborate at all levels, nationally, regionally, and globally. We must ensure our DRR and health teams work closely together before, during, and after an emergency. And we must adopt national strategies for disaster risk reduction that account for biological hazards. We must invest in robust, resilient disease surveillance and early warning systems. By building a capacity today, only then we can prepare for whatever tomorrow may bring. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Ms. Bingo. That's very good remarks, and thanks very much for sending in that pre-recorded video, which is very much appreciated, and we do appreciate your time being here with us today. On that note, I'd now like to invite Dr. Ruben Samuel from the World Health Organization to share some perspectives on the strategies that can be used to capitalize on existing regional and sub-regional cooperation mechanisms, specifically to scale up multi-hazard and multi-sectoral risk reduction and preparedness systems for both biological and natural hazards. Dr. Ruben, you have the screen.
Thank you very much, and it's indeed a pleasure to be participating in this panel discussion. And the topic that I've been asked to deliberate on is how does regional and sub-regional partnerships, which are existing currently, how can they be streamlined and how can they be capitalized on in order to be able to much better scale up multi-hazard and multi-sectoral risk reduction and preparedness systems which do not really focus on one or the other type of hazards, but on the multi-hazards, especially including the biological hazards. We are all aware that this particular region has got several intergovernmental, the SARC, the BIMSTEC, and many others, which also include and go beyond the region as part of both North-South and triangular partnerships. and including institutions such as intergovernmental institutions such as BRICS, some of which are functioning well and some of which are not functioning well because, as we all know, many times these partnerships which are intergovernmental or influenced by geopolitical considerations at any given point in time, one or the other might not be functioning. Whereas in a pandemic such as situation, or even for addressing natural hazards which span many countries, you would need such intergovernmental partnerships to be always on the ready, not just to respond, but also to be continually working for preparedness and risk reduction, and should not be overcome by the vagaries of geopolitical considerations. And thereby, we need to look at some of these other partnerships which do not have probably such constraints and which are of a more technical nature. And we have, as part of the organization that I represent, the World Health Organization, a large network of collaborating centers. Also, there are partnerships which go beyond the expert institutions and then look at global outbreak, alert, and response networks, emergency medical teams networks related to antimicrobial resistance and One Health, which also look into not just the health in the human aspect, but also health across the systems, whether they are health in animals or health in the ecological context, etc. And there are also networks that look at climate resilience as the impact on health, and they are adversely, take into consideration the health adverse effects of climate resilience and climate change, etc. So many of these partnerships, both of intergovernmental nature, as well as which focus on more technical aspects, are actually existing, and some of the sub-region partnerships are really specific to particular parts of the region, such as the Mekong Delta, or things which are related to the cross-border initiatives, or where multiple countries are affected at the border area, such as the border which is shared by Myanmar, India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, etc. So there are many such partnerships which are focused and which also need to be looked into when we want to really look at strengthening not just response for multi-hazard emergencies or biological hazards, but also for preparedness and risk reduction. Now, when we look at the interventions that these partnerships should promote, because we all know that the region is plagued with quite a lot of disparity, not just within countries, but also across countries. And thereby, it is immensely important that those countries which are low in resources, low in capacity, which do not have institutions or systems in place, need to be supported, and lessons that have been learned and systems that have been built by the well-resourced countries need to be shared, and the countries which have low resources need to be supported through these learnings, not just in terms of what can be done, but how they can be done, and then also a certain level of hand holding. And this especially applies when it comes to issues which require ICT innovations, higher level technology, etc., which are really not very widely spread across the countries of the region. And one needs to also look at how some of these partnerships can also look at not just upstream issues, but also downstream issues. So we are always used to interventions being either top down or bottom up, but the COVID pandemic and the climate resilience related issues have really brought to the fore that it is not necessarily something that is unidimensional that is going to work, but something that is multidimensional as well as cross-dimensional, which will only work. Because certain things, certain hazards, such as what we are experiencing now, the COVID-19 pandemic, really affect multidimensionally and across the board, different sectors in different ways. And just looking at only top-down or bottom-up approaches or downstream or upstream approaches is not going to work. And then one needs to really look at multi and cross-dimensional approaches. And some of the things that which can be done in terms of interventions that can be strengthened, I would like to group them under 4 or 5 broad headings. The first, which has already been highlighted by the previous panel speakers, is much more investment for preparedness. Previous speakers have highlighted on the IHR or the International Health Regulations. This is a multi-sectoral initiative which is actually governed by the WHO, but ultimately it is the member states themselves which on an annual basis assess where they are in terms of their level of health security. And there is also joint external evaluation, which is done along with the member states and various other partners in the region and across the region, which really look at whether the annual assessments that they make in terms of their health security achievements and compliance to the international health regulations, are they realistic, and what support and assistance can be provided from across the board for each of the member states to improve their health security. And on the basis of these, each country has a national action plan on health security, and several countries might not really integrate these biological hazards related health security to the ones which they need to really look at when it comes to multi-hazard disasters. As has been highlighted by the previous panel speakers, when it comes to disaster management or disaster risk reduction, there is much more that has been done in several parts of the region on natural hazards related emergencies, but much less on biological hazards and on climate resilience. And this is where the learning from the ones or the hazards that have been really worked on, whether they be earthquakes or cyclones or tsunamis, need to really look at how systems that have been developed and lessons that have been learned can actually bear upon biological hazards, risk reduction, and climate resilience related efforts in the region. And investments need to really go into this national action plan on health security. There is a tendency which still persists of a large amount of resources and support being mobilized when it comes to response, but very little when it comes to preparedness or risk reduction and including recovery. And this system and this area should change. And this is where regional partnerships can probably help in terms of really looking at holistic support across the board of the disaster management cycle. When it comes to investment, as far as WHO is concerned, we have been promoting and countries have accepted the need for improving personal health services, largely through the universal health coverage framework. But we have realized that, and countries have realized that population services, which are public goods, which actually bear upon the national health security or the international as well as the regional health security, should also be equally improved. And thirdly, the intersectoral actions, which are usually not looked at, also need to be really supported. And these also require resources. The focus on the universal health coverage, which largely focus on clinical services or essential clinical services, which are of a personal nature to individuals, need to also be ramped up to support population services which are public goods, such as surveillance and genomic surveillance, etc., that has been spoken about, but also on the intersectoral actions which are really necessary. And without the health actors having the capacity to interact with other sectors in order to induce the intersectoral actions that are actually needed, it is not possible for the health sector alone or different sectors to really work in isolation or in silos, but need to really work together. And this is quite important.
Dr. Samuel,
yes, please.
Sorry, could we ask you maybe just to wrap up? We have one more speaker left before the end of the session. Thanks.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yep.
Thank you very much. So another intervention that can be really looked at is hospital safety, which has actually come to the fore. Usually we look at hospital safety from the point of view of resilience, but time has come, at least in this region, as it has been done in other regions, also to look at green hospitals and smart hospitals, which bring things together. And to wrap up, we also really need to look at how more involvement of and inclusion of the communities and engagement of the communities are actually needed, because however much we invest in technological and oriented surveillance, etc., ultimately community-based surveillance and community-based event detection and early warning is quite essential. And this is where the interplay between innovations that are technologically oriented and interventions that are more to be deepened at the community level through involvement of the community, inclusion of the community, and involvement of the community is actually needed. And lastly, we need to really look on not just knee-jerk reactive interventions, whether it is investments or innovations or involvement of the communities, but how do we institutionalize these interventions so that they become part and parcel of the disaster risk reduction mechanisms, frameworks, laws, and also that they result in institutional building across the board, not just at the national level, at the subnational levels. So we need to focus on all these issues, whether it is innovations, ICTs, investments, intersectoral actions, involvement and inclusion, but finally institutional building, because without institutional building and without institutionalization of all the interventions, we would be much less prepared for the next big one than we are, and all the lessons that we have learned will not really bear fruit because they will be washed away and there would be no mechanism to carry them forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel, for your remarks, and we do appreciate your valuable time. Before we close, I'd like to invite Dr. Jane Rovins, who's Principal Advisor of Emergency Management from the National Emergency Management Agency in New Zealand, just to briefly share some perspectives on the strategies that can be used to integrate health perspectives into DRR and operationalize this coherence to better address cascading risks, particularly at the moment where she's involved with COVID-19 response. Thanks, Jane.
Kia ora. Can you hear me?
Yes, and we can see you as well. Yep.
Okay, great, thanks. Sorry, my screen blipped. My computer's tired. We've been in the middle of a COVID response and have stood up the National Coordination Center for the last week, and we'll be continuing on as our lockdown goes down. And I share this with you simply because New Zealand has taken a different approach to COVID-19 compared to many places in the world and in the region for that matter, which is to eliminate COVID-19 until we can get the majority of the population vaccinated. And this is a very different approach. And so we've had a Delta outbreak over the last few weeks, and this has brought a very different aspect to how our COVID-19 response has gone. The initial response a year ago when we went into lockdown was an evolving situation. And since then, under this event, we have gone to a virtual response. We are not standing up an actual coordination center. We're doing it all virtually. So it makes it coordinating across agencies a very dynamic environment. And this is something that's really important to New Zealand because when we talk about emergency management at the National Emergency Management Agency, we talk about the emergency management system. We don't talk about the agency itself as much as we do the system. And that system includes our other ministerial partners. It includes our regional civil defense and emergency management groups. It includes our Māori and iwi community. And so with that, NEMA has a very specific role because here in New Zealand, the COVID response is run by the Ministry of Health, and it's an all-of-government approach. So the National Emergency Management Agency has an aspect of it of which we are responsible for, and that is looking specifically at welfare, infrastructure, and lifeline utility. And this very much supports the Sendai framework. This very much supports other regional frameworks that are in place because we're looking at it from a holistic approach. We're looking at it from a multi-hazard approach because we still have to do concurrent event planning and we're still waiting for that earthquake to happen or that flood. We had significant flooding about a month ago on the West Coast, and those communities are still deeply in recovery. And what does that mean when you're suddenly into a level 4 lockdown, which means no travel anywhere that you can't walk from your house unless you're going to the grocery store? What does that mean when most of your essential workers that work in the grocery store have been exposed and are now on mandatory isolation? And so we have to very much approach this from a holistic approach, and that very much aligns with Sendai. So I think we need to be mindful that when we think about things like Sendai, that it is not strictly a natural hazards framework, and it's very much incorporates climate change. It very much incorporates biohazard events into that framework, and that if we continue to use the systems that we know and the systems that we've been practicing because we have an earthquake or we have a volcano eruption or a flood event, these responses to the pandemic go much smoother. The other thing that I'd like to bring your attention to that New Zealand's doing is we're using a continuous learning model, and that we're not waiting till after the event to look at the lessons, what worked or didn't work, and do a traditional after action. We have using technology, we have an ongoing system where we are improving and evolving as we go, which makes it really good because as a new hazard or a new issue appears, we're able to address that. So in respect for the time and the efforts, I just want people to keep in mind that when we talk about multi-hazard under the Sendai framework and we talk about how government should approach this, a pandemic is another event similar to how we would respond to a natural hazard-induced event. And we need to be mindful that a lot of our systems, especially as this pandemic gets prolonged, are in place to respond, and that we are very much in a position to continue to succeed against this, and we should be thinking about it holistically. So Tim, I hope that just some high level points from New Zealand and how we're working through our level 4, and hopefully in another week or so, we'll be back to being able to go out for a coffee and leave our neighborhood.
Yeah, thanks, Jane. And it's good coffee as well. But those are really good practical experiences from someone on the ground actually working on COVID-19 as well at the country level in this environment. So very much appreciated. On that note, I'd like to now hand over back to my colleague, Madhu, who will now take us forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tim. I think we are unfortunately quite out of time. So I would like to just quickly ask Mr. Sanjay Srivastava to give a few closing remarks just to end the session. Thank you. Mr. Srivastava, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madhu. I think we will be providing the highlights of this session in the last thematic session, expert session. So thank you very much for all the speakers. We have such an enriched discussion. We are synthesizing it, and we will present the synthesis of this session tomorrow in the final thematic expert session. So thank you, Madhu. I think this is the best strategy in the interest of time. Please go ahead. Yes, Madhu, over to you.
Thank you very much, Sanjay. I think with this, we finished this session, and our next session will start in 15 minutes, and it's session 3 on integrated multi-hazard early warning systems. We invite all panelists in the session to please go to our YouTube channel and watch the session as well. Thank you very much, and thank you all participants for your valuable contributions.
Distinguished participants, I'm pleased to welcome you all virtually to this session of the Regional Learning Platform on Multi-Hazard Integrated Early Warning Systems. Let me thank every one of you for participating in this event. I very much appreciate your taking the time. The convergence of natural and biological hazards, along with the impacts of climate change, called for increasing regional cooperation for development and improvement of multi-hazard early warning systems. In this regard, this session is to discuss the need and prospects of regional cooperation on integrated, multi-hazard, multi-sectoral, transboundary, and systemic risk in early warning systems. The deliberations from this session will feed into a thematic expert meeting that will discuss next steps for building disaster, climate, and health resilience. All speakers and panelists are welcome to attend the thematic expert meeting tomorrow from 15 hours to 16 hours Bangkok time, and share your views and perspectives during the discussion. I would now like to invite Ms. Tiziana Bonapace, Director of ICT and Disaster Risk Reduction of ESCAP, to deliver introductory remarks.
Thank you, Sang-Eun. A very good afternoon to all the colleagues and distinguished participants that have joined us today. ESCAP welcomes you all to the second session of the Regional Learning Platform. And I would like to thank in particular Mr. Sang-Kwon Lee, the Director General of the National Disaster Management Research Institute of the Republic of Korea, as well as Ben Churchill, the Director of the WMO, based in Singapore, for co-organizing this important session. Thank you very much for your partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, as we meet in fully virtual mode, the unprecedented challenges from the pandemic have not only let us find new formats for meeting and discussing, but they have also highlighted the need for different and comprehensive approaches to reduce converging and cascading risks from natural disasters and pandemics. Many extreme weather events have occurred amidst the pandemic. We have been talking about them in the previous sessions. And this has greatly complicated the management of hazards and the pandemic situation, as we have clearly witnessed from Tropical Cyclone Harold that hit Fiji, the Solomon Islands, Tonga, and Tuvalu in April last year, and from Cyclone Amphan and Typhoon Bongfong that devastated the Bay of Bengal and the Philippines in May last year, among many other events. And so in this regard, the 77th session of ESCAP's commission, which was held in April of this year, adopted a resolution entitled Building Back Better from Crises through Regional Cooperation in Asia and the Pacific. And it is in the context of this resolution that we are organizing this regional learning platform and this disaster resilience week built around the concept of disasters, climate, and health resilience. And as we speak, as we near the end of the first day of our deliberations, I think increasingly from all quarters, from experts, from policymakers, from practitioners, from international organizations, really across the board, we are hearing a call for action. And one area that will pay high dividends if we can invest and integrate into multi-hazard early warning systems biological hazards. and so that we can prevent the risks from cascading across sectors. So how do we do this? So in this session, we will discuss the need and the prospects for integrated multi-hazard early warning systems. So multi-hazard early warning systems that integrate across sectors. It's no longer just the business of the disaster management authorities. The complexities of the cascading systemic risks are multi-sectoral and need integrated approaches. Second, we will identify challenges and opportunities, and we will propose key components of multi-hazard integrated early warning systems. And then we will also consider the future role for ESCAP and other partners of the UN system and the international organizations. ESCAP is ready and committed to support member states in facilitating regional cooperation and in leveraging existing regional partnership platforms, which includes the Asia Pacific Disaster Resilience Network, as well as our long-standing ESCAP WMO Typhoon Committee and the WMO ESCAP Panel on Tropical Cyclones. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. Back to you, Sang-Eun.
Thank you, Ms. Bonapace, for your remarks. I would now like to invite Mr. Ben Churchill, Head of the Regional Office for the Asia and Southwest Pacific World Meteorological Organization, to deliver introductory remarks. Mr. Churchill, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sang-Eun, and thank you very much, Tiziana, for your introductory remarks. I don't have a prepared speech, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to reflect on my time at the World Meteorological Organization and the excellent partnership that WMO enjoys with ESCAP. And we have concentrated on a number of initiatives that are making an impact in the region that benefit both members, and WMO continues to be strongly committed to this partnership and to this very important role that we play together in making the Asia and Pacific region more resilient to extreme weather in a changing climate. I will work together with our friends and colleagues in ESCAP in continuing to build on what we have achieved so far. Even in the last year, we have moved ahead on a number of initiatives, and we've even moved towards an annual reporting cycle to capture the outstanding work that we do in this context. I'm extraordinarily proud of WMO members in the Asia Pacific region in working to continue to build their resilience and to implement their programs and deliver products and services to protect their communities against the ever-changing dynamic of the climate and the risks that it poses in terms of extreme weather. So with that, I will hand back to Sang-Eun and wish everyone the best and encourage strong participation and engagement in this important session. And in fact, in the Disaster Resilience Week, looking ahead, WMO very much is honoured and privileged to be able to participate in the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction later this week, and we look forward to engaging in that important discussion as we look to the future for a more resilient Asia Pacific region. Thank you very much, Sungun, and I'll hand the floor back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Churchill, for your remarks. I would now like to invite Mr. Sang-Kwon Lee, Director General of the National Disaster Management Research Institute of the Republic of Korea, to deliver introductory remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sang-Kwon Lee, Director General of National Disaster Management Research Institute in the Republic of Korea. I would like to thank all of you for attending this session despite COVID-19 pandemic situation over the world. We, NDMI, have been making many efforts for global disaster risk reduction through implementing ODA projects since 2013 with the Philippines, Vietnam, and Laos PDR, the member states of ESCAP. Also, we contributed to mitigating impact and risk of typhoon-related disaster in the member countries by working as a chair of a working group on DLR in ESCAP WMO Typhoon Committee. However, due to the COVID-19, not only NDMI but also all over the countries in the world have a trouble in cooperation on disaster risk reduction. Natural hazards with COVID-19 have produced unpredictable and cascading risk in the Asia-Pacific regions. As a result, this leads the people to face more dangerous situation than ever. Now, it is time for us to think of this situation. In that sense, it is very meaningful that this session would be a good starting point for sharing opinion and facilitating regional cooperation on multi-hazard early warning system. I strongly believe the fact that our discussion today will promote constructive and creative ideas which will take our perspective on these issues a step further. Like the situation of COVID-19, we are facing is not one country's problem. The risk of natural hazard is also widely connected through the entire world. Therefore, regional cooperation is essential for the world to overcome this crisis and then to achieve sustainable development. Although we are going through a hard time, I feel very confident that our cooperative relationships will be stronger than ever through these activities. Lastly, I hope you and your family are safe from the COVID-19. I look forward to seeing you face to face in the near future. Again, thank you for joining this session.
public health is the sole agency responsible for biological hazard management and set their own protocols for biological alert system. Ministry of Public Health Emergency Operating Center receive multi-hazard warning dissemination from National Disaster Warning Center, and vice versa. National Disaster Warning Center supports Ministry of Public Health for disseminating biological hazards to the public. Ministry of Public Health and National Disaster Center are fighting the guidance to integrate biological hazards to multi-hazard early warning system. As we all know, early warning system is a major tool for strengthening community preparedness. More early means more time to respond and activate action plan and evacuation plan. Each member state has their own multi-hazard early warning system and also has biological management mechanism. Some are similar and some are different. Therefore, to integrate multi-hazard, multi-sectoral, transboundary, and systemic risk in early warning system, I have some conceptual thoughts, some conceptual thought that maybe we can do something with the cooperation between among member of states and, of course, for the ESCAP. The first of my thought is that maybe we can develop multi-hazard early warning system included biological hazards by extending the definition of risk to include biological hazards to it. And we can build up the multi-hazards and biological early warning system. The second thought is that maybe we make the feasibility study on the developing regional multi-hazard early warning system, the same as Indian Ocean tsunami warning and mitigation system, which is we have the tsunami service provider. Maybe we can have the same as a multi-hazard service provider. The third and the last thought of mine is maybe we can make the feasibility study on the possibility for inducing the program called Disaster Aware. Disaster or hazards warning, analysis, and risk evaluation to the member of state. This system is in some of the Asian region country. So right now we have the Vietnam. In Vietnam, call it VNI, Win Aware or Viet Aware. And also we have in Indonesia, we call it In Aware. We belong to Indonesia. And also we have in Thailand, we call it Thai Aware. This platform belong to Pacific Disaster Center and was funded by the US TDA. And I think this is my presentation. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Swap, for the remarks. And now I would like to invite Miss Katrina Jones, who is a science manager of a weather analysis team. And also, I would like to invite Mr. David Kobali. He is a senior international development manager of a UK meteorological office. They're going to share their experiences in transboundary early warning of floods and the drought in especially the South Asia, as well as dengue fever early warning with a view moving toward integrated multi-hazard early warning system. So please, Miss Katrina and Miss Kobali. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here at what is my second ESCAP Disaster Resilience Week with my colleague Katrina Johnson. I just want to check my slides are showing and that they're visible. I presume they are, but if you could confirm. Katrina, yes. Can you see them? Yes, excellent, thank you. Yeah. Okay. We'd like to provide some views on challenges and opportunities for multi-hazard and transboundary early warning in South Asia, based on our work on the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office funded Asia Regional Resilience to a Changing Climate programme, which on many of these activities I'll talk about, we've been working in partnership with RIMES and indeed ESCAP over the last couple of years, and many thanks to colleagues at RIMES for their help in preparing these slides and the following remarks. The ARC programme is a 4-year programme which commenced in 2018 and in its current phase concludes in 2022, but we're hopeful that we will move forwards to a second phase in the South Asia and Southeast Asia region from 2022 onwards. The main objectives of the ARC Met Office Partnership Programme are to enhance regional collaboration and capacity for provision of weather and climate services, support development of regional and sub-regional forecasting and early warning systems, and cooperation and engagement on those aspects. And in 4 focus countries, Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan and Afghanistan, improve forecasting capability and the capability to develop and disseminate impact-based forecasts across multiple timescales and indeed multiple sectors and for vulnerable communities. For relevance to this session on multi-hazard integrated early warning, we'll touch base on the following ARC activities: our regional cooperation for enhancing forecasting, monitoring, preparedness of floods and droughts in South Asia that we've been undertaking with partners RIMES and ESCAP over the last couple of years. Activities in focus countries for developing capacity for impact-based forecasting and piloting of that. And then touching on some of the biological components, looking at our work to enhance and develop services under South Asia's Seasonal Climate Outlook Forum, and work on a development of an early warning system for food security threatening crop diseases, wheat rust and wheat blast in South Asia with the International Centre for Maize and Wheat Research. So I think colleagues at ESCAP and in the introductions have mentioned the increasing number of significant disasters and intensification of disasters and floods and droughts being a key impact in the region, especially over 2019, and we've seen that continue in 2020. Through our work to date in scoping ARC and engaging with partners in the region, increasingly we've seen a requirement for regional collaboration for disaster risk reduction and specifically transboundary early warning, noting the number of transboundary major river basins in the region. So we've been working with ESCAP, RIMES, Met Office to support regional dialogue via a number of regional workshops since 2019. At the last ESCAP Disaster Resilience Week in 2019, a key recommendation from one of our workshops was the development of a regional learning platform to promote engagement on floods and droughts and transboundary early warning, which is both a technical and a policy track. And under the technical activities, we've since then been undertaking a number of workshops in the region, the last being in December 2020 to review existing flood forecasting capacities and needs in the region, to enhance information sharing and knowledge exchange among the participating nations, national Met services, disaster management agencies, a number of regional bodies, and guide the establishment of this regional learning platform to sustain engagement and build capacity. So under a general recommendation to support continued technical dialogue under the auspices of the regional learning platform, my colleague Katrina Johnson will provide an overview of the key gaps and needs and recommendations from our dialogue to date. I'll pass over to my colleague. Thank you.
Next slide. So this is a very good summary of the workshops that we've been having to date. So there are a number of recommendations and gaps. So data gaps, there's many listed, but some key ones are the scarcely distributed networks. Sorry, you're yeah, that's it. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. And then so one's gaps and then the other one's requirements. So the key one here is the high resolution mesoscale models and improved quality of observed data. Communication gaps, lack of communication between transboundary nations, lack of communication between responsible national agencies, because a lot of it's not just the Met service, but it's also disaster management agencies come into play here. And then with the requirements, we've got the system improvements, improved communication, both at the transboundary, national level and the regional entities. Next slide, please. So again, more gaps, and here is the forecasting tools. So related to the resolution, it's course resolution of forecasts, they're not applicable at river basin level. We need high detailed resolution models on there. And unavailability of tools for drought forecasting. Drought forecasting is a longer term onset, so it's not your immediate one that our weather forecasts tend to concentrate on. And then moving on from that is your forecasting tools and some ensemble forecasting systems. This gives you a measure of the certainty of forecast rather than a yes/no, which is more a deterministic forecast. And capacity enhancement, sharing knowledge of IT and forecasting, so at a regional level, and then capacities, usage of available data for seasonal and sub-seasonal timescales. Next slide, please. So recommendations, all comes down to recommendations. We can have lots of workshops, but what do we do about it? So platform to interact, contributing to the enhancement of regional data exchange, decision support systems, a bit of visualization of data, all on one platform. So everybody can have the same access to the same information and it's easily accessible as well. Communication practices as well, regional cooperation with proper mechanisms, and capacity building. So that it touches a number of aspects so that we're not just saying here's the information, it's also how do we use it, how do we put it back into good practice. Next slide, please. So something I wanted to share with on ARC is we actually do have some impact-based forecasting pilots in operation. One started in Nepal in June 2021. Focuses on heavy rainfall, but the impact is landslides, which is very complicated, especially in Nepal. There's been really good communication, collaboration with the Disaster Management Agency and the Met Services, DHM, within Nepal. And one thing about it comes back down to this transboundary aspect is that there's been a high incidence of landslides this monsoon period, which has caused huge amount of debris flow to into the rivers, which is a potential for a transboundary issue, but there's no mechanism on which to share that information with the surrounding countries. And one that is planned is in Bangladesh for September this year. The focus is on tropical cyclones, but we'll be looking at 3 hazards: wind, rainfall and storm surge. And for there we're working, there's been a really good collaboration between BMD, the Met Service, and the Bangladesh Red Crescent Society, so that we can actually get to the last mile and down to the vulnerable communities, because they're very, very active in this area. And it also links to forecast-based finance system, which is an IFRC initiative. Thank you. I'll hand that now back to my colleague, David. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katrina. So moving on and looking or touching on some developments, trying to integrate forecast and risk information with biological hazards, I'd just like to brief you on some of our work to support enhancement of the South Asia Seasonal Climate Outlook Forum, where we're working in partnership with WMO, the Regional Climate Centre, Pune, at the India Meteorological Department, and RIMES to enhance and support development of the scientific underpinning of the regional seasonal outlook produced by SASCOF, and communication of that and the services and products provided by that forum. Currently, ESCAP are piloting the development of a special outlook for the region, looking at integrating the seasonal forecast with other risk and hazard information, and have developed a methodology to overlap that and provide potential outlooks and impact assessments for a number of hazards. And on the right hand side you can see the seasonal forecast for precipitation linked to COVID cases from a pilot example developed in 2020 there. There's also a trial looking at malaria incident rates and overlaying that with the seasonal forecast information as well, to try and look at coincidence of multiple hazards, but obviously precipitation, and it will have a major relationship to malaria incidents as well. At the last SASCOF event, which took place earlier this year, there was a special session on seasonal climate outlook implications for the health sector, looking at early warning for malaria and dengue, and hopefully there will be an activity to focus on that going forward. And a key point or recommendation here is that for biological hazards, systematic surveillance data needs to be integrated with this wider forecast and other risk information. Finally, I'd just like to give you some learning points from our project to develop an early warning system for wheat rust and wheat blast in South Asia. It is a transboundary early warning system, just concluded its pilot phase in partnership with the International Centre for Maize and Wheat Research to develop a early warning system for farmers on virulent wheat rusts in Bangladesh and Nepal, but also we've developed a forecast system that looks at risks and impacts from other countries in the region. Key learning points: it's important to have a long-term strategy, phased growth, reach and adaptability of any early warning system, starting off small, looking to expand. The system needs to be flexible, and have scope for expansion to other diseases. So currently we have a system capable of reaching 50,000 farmers, and learning from that process has helped look at how you actually use epidemiological methods and technologies and integrate them with forecasting systems. To maximize reach and impact of any services, the actual warning system itself, it's recommended to integrate with existing systems. So in Bangladesh and Nepal, we've had strong engagement with national partners to embed this into current systems for disseminating agro advisory information, which allows you automatically to plug into networks to disseminate forecasts. Expert consultation groups have developed in the country, both in Bangladesh and Nepal, and there's strong national demand and enthusiasm, and that does actually provide a forum for cross-regional sharing and learning. And likewise, it's important to have regional level coordinated surveillance as well, and we will hopefully in the future be looking at extending that forecast system to take account of risks from India and Pakistan, and also look at other types of wheat rusts and blasts as well. And finally, to ensure you demonstrate early successes, the initial phase has covered 1 season of wheat production, demonstrated and provided proof of concept that you can transfer these systems. Initially, this is based on a system developed for Ethiopia. And it also proves it's possible to incorporate other diseases or strains of the disease, such as leaf rust as well. Finally, just to make you aware that we, the Met Office, have worked in partnership with HR Wallingford and multiple partners under a UK Space Agency product to develop a dengue fever early warning system for Vietnam. And a couple of challenges here are, as you can see from the large number of partners, when you're integrating physical and meteorological hazards and developing water modelling, forecasting and integrating with epidemiological models, you require a cross-disciplinary approach and working, which can be a challenge. And with this particular project, integrating essentially satellite and remote sensing data and then developing a service to integrate into local, often provincial and district health systems can be a challenge as well. But hopefully that's a good example. And I won't go into the details of this project, just to make you aware of it and offer some brief reflections from it. So finally, I think the only key recommendations we'd make to the panel are to support continued technical dialogue at the regional and transboundary level on flood, early warning, and progressively on biological hazards. To develop mechanisms to link into other fora and initiatives in the region, such as SASCOF, but also the emerging WMO World Bank South Asia Hydromet Forum, which I'm happy to provide further details on, and perhaps for the ESCAP regional learning platform members to convene and perhaps identify some priorities and actions that could be taken forward between 2021 and 2023 when we have the next ESCAP Resilience Week. So thank you very much. I'll stop there. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson and Mr. Colbell for your great presentations. And now I would like to invite Mr. Cyril Honore. He's a Chief Disaster Risk Reduction and Public Services in WMO, and he will share some perspectives from the WMO on how to move forward to achieve the target G of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, and keeping in mind in Bangkok principle for the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework. And please, Mr. Honore.
Thank you, Chair. and good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here with you today to discuss on how we move on this critical agenda forward. Let me first echo Ms. Bonapace's kind remarks on the UNESCAP WMO cooperation with regards to the Typhoon Committee and the panel on tropical cyclones. These are examples of meaningful regional cooperation that WMO is very proud and honored to be part of. And as you know, these similar structures were implemented in all tropical cyclone prone basins after these two started decades ago. I would like also to share a few words on the latest IPCC assessment report released last month. It provides the clearest and most comprehensive assessment to date of warming of the atmosphere, oceans, and lands. And it stated that this climate change is already affecting many weather and climate extremes in every region across the globe, and evidence of the observed change as heat waves, heavy precipitation, drought, and the proportion of intense tropical cyclones has strengthened since their last IPCC assessment report. And no wonder if United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres described it as a code red for humanity. And this report projects that in the coming decade, the changes will increase in all regions. The take-home message here, if related to our discussion, is that even in the best scenario, we must be prepared and adapt to more extreme weather events. And one powerful way to do this is to invest in early warning capabilities related to these natural hazards, which has multiple components. In fact, what we are all talking about, and I would like to comment on the excellent presentations and intervention made so far, whatever angle you look at early warning business, this is about information. Information is the common denominator, and this is what we need to share. This is what we need to analyze, interpret, so that we can make proper decisions ahead of hazardous situations. In that regard, I would like to share today that WMO is now working on a revised unified data policy, which will be discussed and hopefully approved at the next extraordinary Congress of the organization in October 2021, in a few weeks' time. And so with the overall ambition to support more open data, free and unrestricted data exchange in a variety of sectors. So these data is key. This is the fuel of the early warning services that we need to contribute to. There were examples already provided on the types of gaps that we have. And so in terms of Earth system observation and natural hazard monitoring, real-time 24/7 is key in certain areas because predictability of natural hazards is not even. Such hazards such as tsunami you detect, and then you have some anticipation based on the propagation speed. But other hazards you can forecast, and you can have scenarios that give information with a few days lead time. So predictability is very different. And as related to health, heat wave, as an example, should not take anyone by surprise anymore. Temperature prediction is not the most critical parameter from the numerical weather prediction perspective. And so the challenge here, that was predictability in the past decades, is now with how we communicate this information, how we analyze, how we interpret, and how we share it with the people so that everybody from national disaster management agencies, health agencies, and also the general public can make their proper decision and take early action to get prepared. Another key point is about information and warning information sharing and dissemination, as I just said. Earlier this year, at the Humanitarian Networks and Partnership Weeks, the WMO Secretary General Petri Talas jointly issued a call to action on emergency alerting. This was together with ITU, IFRC, and UNDRR. And in the coming years, we will support this call to action through the WMO Global Multi-Hazard Alert System, which will serve as a resource of authoritative warnings and information related to high-impact weather, water, ocean, and climate to support decision-making. So the implementation of this common alerting protocol is also well suited to to share, disseminate the information across all media, reaching to the people through multiple channels at the same time, so that consistent information is shared. And so we will continue calling on our UN sister organization to join us in supporting this. And we also appreciate the already tremendous engagement we've had with ITU, IFRC, and UNDR. From a WMO perspective, as I said a bit earlier, a regional approach does make sense. We have established cascading frameworks to support member countries with support coming from global centers that may provide global data sets, numerical weather prediction, long-range forecasting information, because maybe you have to understand that you cannot expect to deliver a proper weather forecast 3 to 4, 5 days ahead without having the global Earth system in your data assimilation process and modeling systems. And so from this global level, a cascading support was built, and this was mentioned in the previous presentations, with regional specialized centers. Some of them are in charge of the tropical cyclone forecasting and guidance that were mentioned. Others deal with severe weather forecasting. We also have regional centers supporting flash flood forecasting, providing guidance on flash flood forecasting. And so this is something that WMO is kind of proud of. We need to scale it up. And this was part of our previous Congress resolutions in 2019 while maintaining these thematic initiatives, also integrating them better. And on the integration on the multi-hazard integration, including biological health issues, you could see from the previous presentation that there are a number of ways by building impact models, that will support dengue, malaria, and a number of different hazards, dissemination and development. Also the locust outspread in different regions. And this is again putting information together and then processing it and sharing. So the challenges are on cooperation. Not all agencies have the natural tendency of sharing their information publicly, openly. And this is where national policies are key in pulling these people together, sharing their information. There was a single platform mentioned. We need to promote this information sharing so that the combination of it, the analysis of this information, can result in decision-making ahead of hazardous events. One specific comment on impact-based forecasting. As you know, WMO has been promoting this because just providing information such as physical variable prediction is not enough if you want to make decisions. And it is important for advocacy reasons on one hand, but also to build this impact understanding, to keep record of the events that contribute to loss and damage. And so WMO has started to develop a cataloging of hazardous event initiative that will provide a link that we ambition to provide this as a public good to the loss and damage accounting community, so that proper attribution of loss and damage can be made to specific hazards. You heard about tropical cyclone case in Bangladesh with the combination of wind, storm surge, and floods and rainfall. And this is where we need to have this evidence. We have to keep record so that we can improve our impact-based approaches, so that the analysis and the advice given to authorities and the people will be improved over time. I would like to end with a specific angle on the biological hazard and that we realized in the context of the pandemic last year, where we had very soon evidence that service delivery was at risk within our members' hydromet services. And we had a survey in 2020 from which we had responses from more or less 150 members out of 193, which is kind of excellent. And the impact of the pandemic on the early warning capacities in different countries clearly appeared. Because of the monitoring, the observing network maintenance, because of manual observation being made somewhere, because of all these containment measures taken by various governments to face the situation, it had impacts on the operations of hydromet services. And this is something that we had to cope with. And I would like to commend the efforts made by the hydromet colleagues in different countries, where they had to adapt, with staff spending a week in the office because of these containment measures. And so they had to get reorganized, and business continuity was a challenge for some of them. We could observe that depending on the status of the hydromet agencies in different countries, some of them being recognized as critical entities could benefit from specific support from their governments. Others were not and had to face the situation with their own forces, let's say. And so I would really advocate here that the impact of biological hazards and pandemics are also considered in the way they can affect other early warning system components, including human resources, staff well-being, staff health, because in a number of countries, skilled staff are not so numerous, and so facing such a situation can become a real challenge. And so I would like to maybe stop with that contribution here today and open for the open discussion that will follow the next presentation. So I will hand it back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Honore, for your remarks. And now I would like to invite Mr. Ramraj Narasimhan. He's a Chief Program Management of Regional Integrated Multi-Hazard Early Warning Systems for Asia and Africa, LIMS. He will share his perspectives. And Mr. Namnasian, please share us with LIMS' view on integrating biological hazard in multi-hazard early warning systems, and how we should utilize the partnerships and regional cooperation mechanisms in advancing the agenda. Yeah, please, Mr. Narasimhan.
Thank you very much, Chair. My screen is on share already. I'm presenting the slides. I hope you can see it. So the previous speakers have spoken quite eloquently already. It makes my job pretty easy, and I think I could skip most of my slides and just go to the last one. But I think we still have a few minutes. I'll just go through them. I'm speaking on behalf of the Regional Integrated Multi-Hazard Early Warning System for Africa and Asia. And it's quite pertinent to the topic, which is also focused on pretty much the same. The institution is working on the same topic, actually, in terms of integration, in terms of multi-hazard focus, early warning systems. So RIMES is an intergovernmental institution. It is owned and managed by its member states. As of date, there are 48 member and collaborating states. The council chair is India and the secretariat is Maldives. There are 22 full member states and 26 countries which are in the process of becoming members. The portfolio of services are quite relevant to the topic of discussion because we're talking of an integrated multi-hazard warning system. As Mr. Honore presented, the data is always critical in the early warning system. So improving data availability is one of the key areas of RIMES work, which leads to the provision of earthquake, tsunami, and ocean services for the National Meteorological and Hydrological Services of member states. RIMES does not provide operational forecasts directly to the public. It is more as assistance to the meteorological and hydrological services to develop their own forecasts. And several tools are utilized in this process. Weather, climate, and hydrological services, again, are supported through the several tools and access that we have to the system that WMO has created, as well as partnership with regional and international global institutions such as the ECMWF. Capacity building of users is one of the key areas of work. Early warning is of no use unless it makes a difference in the lives of people, and that is only possible through its application by users, and that forms a key aspect of RIMES work. And users could be end users or intermediary users who in our case, where we work with many of the agencies which have already presented, like the UK Met Office, monsoon forums are organized, or a seasonal outlook forums, climate outlook forums are organized, which brings together users and the providers of information together to discuss the forecasts and the preparedness measures, which also informs the RIMES Council about the requirements in terms of services, leading to creation of special programs or projects, and the cycle goes on, because the projects and programs which get implemented, again, go through the process of review, feedback, and improvement. The evolution of RIMES, just to focus more on the change that has happened, as the previous speakers have already kind of spoken about, we have moved from provision of hazard information to understanding the risk through decision support systems or the impacts on the society. And the key in making that happen is impact-based forecasting, as Mr. Honor presented previously. And we are accessing several tools such as SMART, which stands for System for Multi-Hazard Potential Impact Assessment, Alerting, and Response Tracking. Now, looking specifically at biological hazards into integration into the multi-hazard early warning systems, an impact-based forecasting and early warning services has to be the approach. What we have seen is that COVID-19 as a hazard, its characteristics was quite known, but the probability and impacts was not well understood. It was typically especially the spectrum of impacts that extended beyond an individual level to the societal or the economy and cascading impacts across the borders and the globe. And the key reason is the absence, or let's say the discomfort of systems in utilizing currently impact-based forecasting, understanding probability, understanding the likelihood as well as the possible impact, and leading to actions that are informed has to be an approach that we pursue. And I'm drawing from the paper written by David Rogers in this subject. Now, risks are often seen as independent, disparate, and unconnected. Whereas if we had an integrated approach where we look at users, we look at data, that is the hazards, we look at the users in terms of their vulnerability, and we look at the exposure, that could that integrated approach could actually lead to a functional early detection, early warning, leading to an early action. This could be based on a very core understanding of potential impacts, I think, which forms the crux of an impact-based forecasting and early warning systems. Now, this is what I think David presented. This is actually used in most countries in European Union as well as some other countries where we are talking of likelihood and impact coming together in a risk matrix, and decisions are made even for low or very low hazard probability if the impact is quite high. So the way ahead is rather the need, as a WMO colleague mentioned, to advocate for and capacitate the national as well as regional systems in utilizing probabilistic, that is an ensemble-based forecasting. Now, in RHYME's case, what it actually means is that in terms of partnerships and regional cooperation, all of this needs to happen. Now, observations and monitoring is something that every member state puts up, and we have excellent relations and partnership with WMO and ECMWF, which leads to provision of advanced, improved forecasting and modeling products. And then the transformation of data into usable information through decision support systems, for which we are partnering with institutions such as the World Bank, the ESCAP, and the World Meteorological Organization, and the creation of user interface mechanisms so that the data transformed into information is actually put to use. Again, in this, we are partnering, as David presented already, with UK Met Office, that is the FCDO, World Bank, and ESCAP. And the last but not the least one is the community and the societal application, where again, we are partnering with the same institutions. Only when all this happens do we have an integrated multi-hazard and an all timescales approach, which encompasses data, users, and the impacts, that is hazards, vulnerabilities, and the exposure, which could lead to a risk-informed decision-making. Now, why is a regional cooperation vital in this? We have seen that COVID actually, as well as the climate change impacts that are across boundaries, have necessitated the existence and the provision of or adoption of a regional approach, an integrated approach, because of the interconnectedness of geography, the interconnectedness between the direct impacts and the cascading effects. I'm very happy to share on this occasion that ESCAP and RHYMES are putting up a unit in the Southwest Asia together to focus on an evidential analytics, which looks at the potential impacts on the SDG and thereby to safeguard the accomplishment of the SDGs. Of course, we also have, as David mentioned, the SASCOF, which is the South Asia Seasonal Climate Outlook Forum, and also the South Asia Hydromet Forum, in collaboration with the FCDO, WMO, and the World Bank. ESCAP also. So impact-based forecasting, to take this forward, we are looking at strengthening the existing collaboration and partnership with WMO through expansion and the co-design of tools to all the RIMES member states through sub-hubs. This is one approach that through which we can ensure not just biological hazards, but also other extremes that we may not have currently aware of or understood would still be possible to integrate within the national systems. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Narasimhan, for your remark. Okay, actually this time is for the question and answer time in the open discussion session. But I heard there is no question from the YouTube link and or the MS Team. So we can move to the closing remarks. And before moving to the closing remark, I would like to thank you all of the panelists for the sharing your valuable and great experience for us. Actually, we got the new and very difficult question in these days. The question we never seen before. It means we have to consider the natural hazard risk. Also, we have to consider biological risk in these days. In that sense, I think this session is a very, very special and important meeting. Also, it can be a starting point to consider the both of risks together. Okay, finally, I would like to invite Mr. Sanjay, my best friends in ESCAP, for deliver the closing remarks. Mr. Sanjay?
Yeah. Hello, thank you, my dear Chulhum, for a very, very enriched discussion. And this is so substantive. It has addressed many of the unknown facts about integrating biological and natural hazard early warning system together. It's a brilliant session, very truly enriched discussion. We are going to bring out some of the key recommendations from the session, and it will take some time for us to synthesize all the discussion, all the presentation that we had. So tomorrow we will be presenting the key recommendation which will emerge from the substantive discussions, especially from the presentations of all experts, all colleagues. So thank you very much for all your contribution. It's a extremely valuable contribution. We really value it. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So tomorrow, the session 3 on climate change adaptation and resilience will begin at 10 o'clock Bangkok time. Thank you very much.